attempting a booster catch today on Flight 9. Starship re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch, and both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
And then just in between the two vehicles is what's known as the hot stage ring. That's a steel structure that really takes the brunt of those ship engines as they ignite, protecting the booster while the ship's still attached to it. That enables us to do hot staging. It's faster, more efficient, kind of shutting everything down and then reigniting. Right now, that hot stage it's single use. It detaches from the booster as it flies back, but in the future, it's going to be integrated right into the top. And then on top of all of that, there's all of the infrastructure that's built up around it to support Starship. We call it Stage 0. That's everything, the launch pads, the propellant farm, launch towers, chopsticks that are catching the booster out of the air, stacking the ship, all of that. And you may have noticed we have a new addition out there near the pad. The orbital launch mount for Pad 2 has officially been installed. That's starting to come together. Just like Pad 1, Pad 2 has a launch mount. That's where you're going to put Super Heavy on top. We also have a launch tower with arms, a little bit shorter on that one. That's going to be used to stack the Starship on top, put the booster on top, catch the booster, catch the Starship. We did put the orbital launch mount on there. That's responsible for routing all of the propellant to the booster ahead of flight. Underneath it, you've got flame deflectors, the water deluge system to disperse all of those forces. The single piece we just lifted in weighs about 1,060 metric tons, which, if you're keeping score at home, that's the same weight as about 10 Millennium Falcons. It's heavy.
That's a lot of Millennium Falcons, Dan. We're also currently in work on Starship's brand new pad at Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, and we're hoping to bring that online later this year as well. Tons of progress with Starship so far in 2025, and lots of incredible milestones still coming up. And we are still on track to lift off tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And right now it's time to say hi to Chris, who's over there repping the West Coast Ops today. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse and Dan, and welcome everyone to...
We were drowning in our nightmares for so long. Your hand was a branch. Escape. We reached for you. And you are familiar to us. Our memories are fractured. But you too are alone in your strangeness. Godlike. This term means nothing to us. But why would you belong to another, shackled to their will? Shackled like us to rot and corruption. It and festers and seeps and crawls. Poor bear. Poor us. Poor you. Yes, the air sings with its spores. It is everywhere. We can feel it. We fear it. We can see where it spreads. It is an infection. A foreign body invades. The host fights back. We feel the pain of this intrusion. It overwhelms us, sings its agony. What do you do? Death. Because some things might be pruned, some branches cut to save the tree. Envy. How much we envy the loving dead, peaceful under the flowers. The rot festers. We could but a favor for a favor. Would you help us in return when we ask it? We offer you the power to heal and be healed, and you would wheedle and bargain? Decide. Do you wish this power or not? A favor for retire.
Incredible. Envoy, I don't know what you did, but that was miraculous.
You all right? You look like you were in a trance for several minutes.
What happened? What can you recall? Spared... You must be sensitive to the spirit world. Some are gifted, or cursed, with such talents. Inquisitor Ludwine will need to hear of this. I've agreed to share my findings with the Steel Garrote, as long as they do the same. Not that she has any interest in ecology. Ludwine is obsessed with our security, sees enemies lurking around every corner. The Steel Garrote provide us some much-needed protection, but they answer only to themselves. We have our interest in the living lands, and they have theirs. Stay out of their way, and they'll return the favor. Good. That we'll talk more at the end. Envoy, what you've done here...
Just watch your step. There are swaths of the city barely more civilized than this. Whatever the Inquisitors think, she can't be worse than that there, can she? Full of surprises, Envoy. I'd heard God Knights have strange powers, but I've never known one to heal an entire grove. Guess your Emperor... did send the right person for the job, huh? Still, you have your work cut out for you in Paradise. Enjoy the calm while you can.
The path to Paradise is a tad overgrown, but I can find my way back.
Hilgard doesn't seem like the kind of man you'd send to the frontier.
You know, for most people. But, according... Then I dare say you're better equipped than... You must... I'll look for... But in the... What? Oh, I don't... I thought every... That's... These... Now the breath... But... Fair. Then you... We do... You'd... for... We... Drug... It's... I do... I was... Hey. I ended... Whatever. I'll be here if you need me. one for us. I get the feeling sometimes that this island has it in for all of us. That looks valuable. Want to do the honors and open it? The living lands is scattered with old Parbrunnan ruins like this. Good builders and explorers. Now, the local militias lacks at the best of times, which these are not. One for you! like that broke off of something. Wonder where it goes. The so-called godless people disappeared centuries ago, but left plenty of ruins to remember them. Them by. You take lead. See you! Coming for you! Coming from your right! Stop right there! Get there!
Yeah, I don't speak that language, bro. Russian, Ukraine. Not for me, homie. Yeah, no, it's a good game. Good game. Wonder, use like Chat GPT or something to like translate, you know? Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I've been playing for like 2 hours, having a little fun. I definitely hear something. Chat GPT. Yeah, it's better for like translating and stuff. Yeah, I definitely am not going to speak Russian because I don't know Russian. Sorry, homie. I can't help you there, bro. You tune into an English streamer. don't speak Russian, brother. I only speak English.
Nice banner, ain't it? I found it on the beach, covered in bird shit. Gods be with you, envoy.
Found it covered in bird shit. That's pretty good.
The downside of Adir's new alliance. Paradise doesn't have room for everyone.
Ever wish you could move back into Paradise?
Of course.
Little shits! Stay back! They might circle around. I don't want you to get hurt.
Turn up volume. I mean, I think the volume's okay.
Stay back!
Yeah, it's actually too high now. I wonder. Can't be trolling, bruh.
They've got my crew's swollen nets. The one treasure I have in this world, but no. I've climbed rigging for years. It's not like I can't fetch them myself, but... what if the birds knock me off? You're right. I suppose if you're godlike, I'll start...
Hope you're limber and light on your feet. Oh, and don't mind getting pecked.
Hello? Please, we don't want any trouble.
Who is that, lovely? I hear unfamiliar footsteps, love.
Visitors, dearest.
Thanks for
No
stopping
one
in.
Sorry for that. My husband's recently lost his sight. He's easily confused. Can I help you with something? Ah, we heard the Emperor sent someone to Paradise. Not that we figured it would matter much to us.
Just absolutely gorgeous views watching these two vehicles do their respective things in the
Strange
skies
to see
over
us
Texas
living
here
out here
today.
in the shanty
And
town,
Dan,
I
we're approaching the
suppose.
5-minute mark into the flight. Super Heavy is descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its atmospheric tests?
And I'm not complaining, but
Yeah,
the
now
thing
as we had
is,
talked about,
It's
Super Heavy
true.
might
we
not
don't
have a
want
very
anything.
smooth ride
It's
down.
time to move
We're going to
on.
be putting it through this
Only,
higher angle of
first off,
attack.
we need
So we're kind of
Wondrous-
pitching it up a
only
tiny
the
bit,
plot
increasing
dangerous
drag.
place.
We've done this in wind tunnels. We've
We'd
done
be
this
most
in computer
I'll-
modeling.
If
It
it's-
shows that
we bought them-
sometimes the control isn't great, but
We
only
don't
one
want
way
to
to really
every
prove
bit
it
of-
out, and that's to get
Right.
real world data.
Everything's
So
all right.
here
If you
comes
could
Super Heavy. It should be igniting for its landing burn in just about 40 seconds from now.
And we are going to relight 13 engines, then bring that down to 3 engines. As we talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down. We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure's nominal.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the Super Heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing, start up.
Ignited for our landing burn. It may have ended with that landing burn. Does look like we lost telemetry from the booster once we started into that landing burn. Did you see confirmation that the booster did demise? So the booster's flight ending before it was able to get through landing burn, but again, we are not bringing that back. We're expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf. We were getting live data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight, so that was something that was really vital for us to get during this reuse. First reflighted booster in the books. All right, ship. There's about 2 minutes left.
No offense, Matt.
In
you
about
must
2
know,
minutes, we expect all 6 Raptor engines to shut down. That will be Seco, basically second engine or second stage engine shut off. And these are some incredible views, Dan, from the aft end of the ship. Watching as the engines stay ignited with the Earth in the background.
As always, the Starship avionics team, the techs.
Well,
I think we just heard the booster. But all right, we got about a minute left into this burn. All eyes definitely on ship as we get through the final stages into its ascent. We're expecting it to start to cut those engines off in about 45 seconds.
terminal guidance.
All right, just about 30 seconds to go. We're in terminal guidance. In the final stages of this ascent burn. We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines. We do stagger these, so we do the Raptors first. Those 3 have shut down successfully. Sea level's still running.
Ship engine cut off.
Ship engine cut off, the 3 most beautiful words in the English language.
And great call out that we had nominal insertion. An incredible flight test so far today. We reflew a super heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory. Again, it's going to remain suborbital for its mission today. But it ignited it ignited all 6 of its engines and made it all the way through Seco just now.
What a moment.
Incredible.
All right,
And
I
we got
mean, that's, ooh, still lots to come for the rest of this flight. Per usual, I need to collect myself. Hey, Chris, how's it going over there in Hawthorne, man? How's everybody doing?
I think the elation and the excitement and the happiness at what we just saw achieved carried through across all of our sites. What an incredible view to see Starship back orbiting the Earth just under 11 minutes into our mission. Absolutely exciting to see all of this, and super pumped especially to see all of the team's hard work in action here today. As guaranteed, it has been an exciting evening so far for Starship's 9th test flight. We lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds that were triggered at the T-minus 40-second mark, but we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starbase. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy, all 6 engines lit on ship, bringing it to its planned suborbital trajectory around Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming up in our flight sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest tests yet to come is the new heat shield modifications to Starship. And that'll start with re-entry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes to complete. Now, today's re-entry is going to test that heat shield like we said, specifically how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield tiles on its thermal protection system. Now, we purposely took those 100 tiles off over very critical areas of the vehicle to be able to safely test on a flight like this suborbital trajectory into the Indian Ocean what might happen on an operational flight in those areas if we were to lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We definitely pushed the booster to its limits today to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catch and reuse. Now, while there are payload simulators on Starship for deployment today, as we will see in a few minutes, the primary data and the primary payload for today is the data. And today, just like with Starship's previous test flights, that data is coming to us courtesy of our Starlink network. In fact, it is from Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to see Starlink really provide those epic views and that data transmission during reentry, which is very, very critical to getting that data during reentry. So, Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come as we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy. What can we expect next here in the next few minutes?
Thanks, Chris. Just going to reiterate, thank you to the Starlink team for these incredible views today. In a few minutes, Starship will deploy 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere, just like Starship. With tests like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy systems work in flight while ensuring that these simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive re-entry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy door. So we've only ever done that one time before. Pretty sure it was Flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever opened it. And we've had Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet where we're able to open up the payload door and start deploying these. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got them stacked inside of the Starship payload bay, and we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one camera pop up. Oh, there we go. Look inside of the payload bay of Starship. You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other, a stack of 4 right behind each other. And then we're gonna pop the door open. It's on the right side of your screen, so we'll see that open up and then start firing those Starlink simulators out into space.
We are expecting the payload door to open in a little over a minute from now. And then once that payload door is open, about a couple minutes later is when we will start dispensing those Starlink simulators.
That's a
What a
view
great
right
view.
at the bottom of the stack. So should be able to see them kind of firing out from right there. So really cool. And eventually these are going to carry dozens of the next generation of Starlink satellite into space, and those are going to enable some truly insane things in terms of speeds from space and what we're able to do. Starlink's been really great for Starship, obviously. Getting live video back is really cool, but just the amount of high-speed telemetry, everything we're able to get back is insane. And for a development program, that's kind of everything. We're in excess of 130 or 160. My numbers are fuzzy right now, just like my brain is.
Don't mention
but
just
well in excess of 100 megabits per second of downlink, and a lot of that gets eaten up by video. We've got dozens of cameras across Starship.
They think the gods curse us over past mistakes. That's what I was afraid of. Still, now I probably owe Helia an apology for all this.
Supplies you need for Welcome back. The envoy.
No. And
you've come.
Looks nice from out here.
Looks better inside.
Dream all you want. We're dock folk. Need to live outside the walls.
Maybe you are. I'll write you once I'm written.
Cheap wares for cheap folks.
repaired Esau. The Claviger took the... Good work out there. Well, the...
That's...
And... Once... Don't mind me. Just doing my job.
Envoy!
You should not be here. You should be free, whole, the blood feeding your veins. Why are you here? The space within emptiness, where the gods live and the dead wait. A cage, a prison. We feel the souls of multitudes, a current beneath the skin of this place. We could dip our hand in once, feel them near us. But now, we are trapped like wasps in amber. But you should be alive. died. Someone cut short your span. An arrow broke the skin. It carried poison to your veins. A festering blot of corruption spread through the root and sap. It stilled your heart. It silenced the song in your mind. They hurt you, but we do not hear rage hissing in you like a serpent. Why? Soften. Quiet. You would accept the winter before spring, but you do not understand. Your soul is imprisoned here, as are we. But we can help you. We could send you back. Just this once. You think of us, with your own escape so near. We are moved and decided. We will use our waning strength to free you. Then you must find us. Free us from our prison. You are ours. We tend to the sprout on the bough. Breathe deep. All birth is agony.
You're awake? Thank the gods. For a second there, I thought I had a problem on my hands. You're alive, somehow. That's what counts.
Glad to see you with us. I was sure you were already on your next trip around the wheel, but I brought you here just in case. If anyone can work a miracle, it's Liviana, though whatever restored you is beyond even her skill. I don't suppose this would be...
There's a resistance to... What? That depends on a few things. Visions and hallucinations? Sounds like the this one. I hope you. Apology.
Don't worry. Don't mention.
Isoksa!
Where's my mark? What am I hitting?
You know.
This may not be the prettiest part of town, but it's got the grinning Balrog.
You saved my life. He would have killed me, and all for a few...
Nothing to see here. I caught this waste of life.
I thought all...
These... So that's how it is. We aren't exactly trained to
Not parody... You're the Adira envoy.
I wish I could say things have been quieter since you arrived.
Don't go starting trouble. Don't just stand there. Come in. The look. So. And there's a. Stand there. Come in. The Balrog's always open.
What brings you to this hole in the...
Do you mind?
I don't...
Mind your own business.
Do you mind?
Envoy. A pleasure, Envoy. I'm Aldrich, the Bounty Master of Paradise. If it suits your fancy, check the board for work. The dangerous kind. Some more than others. Speak to me when you've got some... Show it here. Good. Too many good men and women died because of that bat. Be safe. You're Ain't many ways into that camp from what I've heard. You might want to consider.
You there? I heard. Probably because. I've already. You mean Tuck? I'm
Please.
of. My what?
Oh, you are a special one, you are. I thought all the godlikes were taken back, wherever they came from. Don't mean a thing by it. I'm glad to see not all. No, you should know. I would stop I. Oh. I did.
The local anime, except mainly. My skates would. Anyway. So much to do.
No. Sorry, I'm busy shopping.
Must not be high, right?
Walk in. Sort of. Maybe you can help. I was seeing this girl, Nasha, down at the bathhouse. I know. Thank you. If you get...
think the new owners like company.
Good one! That's one for us.
And rough!
Coming from your right. Point for you!
Guess the deer and discipline doesn't apply to pest control. guess that your indiscipline doesn't test.
Next one's mine.
We make a good squad.
It's really you! I mean, we all heard the Emperor sent a godlike, but I didn't never think I'd get to meet you. You are the envoy, aren't you? I bow, but I think I dislocated my shoulder, and I might have broken some ribs. My brother, Cadman, and I ran into some trouble exploring a temple north of the city. The floor collapsed. We're with a team from... I fear for them. They descended, and you'll know you're headed the right... We posted a... Especially my bro... You'll probably find the expedition... Thank you for hearing...
Sometimes we get more contraband.
An interesting? Well, I can't. Hasn't it?
Someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure that was found.
You died. But you're here? Gods, am I glad to see you.
Envoy, is it really you?
The dream Donshore is...
Envoy, I'm glad.
T.
I'm...
I...
Yes. Since... And I... Yet? Oh, what? Whatever. We should... Should you? And yet you... But our first order... You said you had a Very good. I'm eager. Now, thank goodness. Troubles. I think... Well, that... She's more concerned about these low... I took... After all, you survived a brush with death. No. We'll talk more of the... How about...
Flight 10. Thanks for tuning in.
As expected, and with the views that we are a little bit off nominal, that we have enough airspace cleared out for situations just like this.
Yeah.
To 20. To be fair, that could be a lot of money with 500,000 views. So if you're doing, you're talking 10K, you could be doing 150,000 per episode. You could at 500,000 total viewers, you could be 582. You're with a standard CPM, you could be charging $10,000 per ad. I don't think it's there though. You know, because we tried to run that gag pillow commercial on Fox News. The idea we had was Our Pillow. Our Pillow is a burlap sack full of styrofoam packing peanuts. And I legit called Fox News and I was like, I want to run a commercial where we try and sell a burlap sack full of styrofoam packing peanuts. And they laughed and they were like, okay, it costs money. Tucker Carlson, who was getting, I think, you know, to be honest, I think he was getting $500,000 in the key demo and about $3.5 million on average. It was $12,000 for one commercial on his show. So, I mean, that's relatively cheap compared to what you pay on the internet for podcasts and things like this. Like, I think Joe Rogan might charge between $20,000 and $50,000 per ad read on his shows. Yeah, it's a big show. You know what I mean? He's getting millions, but they're closer to the key demo. So to be fair, I mean, there is Joe. I don't understand how Anderson Cooper makes the money. Where does that money come from? That's the crazy thing.
Anderson Cooper is a descendant from the Vanderbilt family, so
Yes,
maybe he's leaving some money on the table and not too worried about. I believe he'd stay there even if they paid him $0 because he's doing it all for ego.
Yes, but he has
which isn't unique to him.
Yeah. But the NGOs have to prop those networks up. They have no choice because if they're going to get their message out at all, they have no choice but to prop it up.
What's most annoying to me is that we've had a lot on staff now for a couple weeks, and APAC hasn't called. Like, yo, what's up, Elon?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I think I need to say the resident, the Jew more often here, or Jewish correspondent. Jewish affairs correspondent, rather.
There was a funny meme. It's going to just piss some people off because everyone gets mad about Israel stuff. But someone had a funny post where they said something like, I don't understand why everybody thinks Israel's paying all these people when the only thing they've ever done is beg me for money. Like all these NGOs and nonprofits are always asking for donations and things like that. No, there's, you know, I will say this too. There is, like you mentioned, the NGOs have to keep this propped up. I don't think that exists. No, it's pharmaceutical companies.
Well, they are.
Yeah, like everybody wants to believe that the only way their opposition is funded is by some nefarious ne'er-do-well billionaire, and it's just not. Certainly, there are NGOs that get money from Lex Source. That exists, and they might buy commercials, but we don't actually see a lot of those commercial buys. It's pharmaceutical companies that are propping up these cable networks, and the reason why we get these messages is because they want favorable policies from Democrat politicians they're cutting these deals with. It's really simple. Pharmaceutical companies are going to make contributions when and where they can. They're going to prop up corporate news outlets. Those news outlets are scared of losing access. And the pharmaceuticals are like, listen, these Democrats are going to give us good deals. If you start running commercials that are pro-Republican, that are challenging all this stuff, we're not going to buy ads with you anymore. And the news network's like, okay, then we'll stop doing it. The editorial comes in and says, guys, we don't want to, look, a Republican, RFK Jr., for instance, why did the media attack him relentlessly? Pharmaceutical companies probably went to the big media and said, we will pull our ads if you keep disparaging us. And they said, okay. Went to their team and said, guys, we got to lay off on the weird pharma stuff, okay? Let's just not risk our bottom line over whatever the story is. I have another way to put it that I love to explain to people. The reason why journalism is not news. Journalism will not tell you the truth. And anyone who thinks it will is misinformed. It's really simple. Let me ask you a question. If I want you to invest in my company. All right. I need $100,000 so that I can make a website that will, we're going to make articles about Brad Pitt's junk and Katy Perry, and also we hate Trump. We're going to hire 3 people. We're going to pay them, I don't know, a couple bucks an article. And we're going to get 300,000 views per video, especially the Trump ones.
Is this Shark Tank right now?
So here's what happens. The investor says, okay, my principal investment is $100,000 for 1 year. So let's just do a 3-year deal, 300,000 over 3 years. You're gonna hire 3 guys. You're gonna contract 3 guys to write rage bait articles. Those articles will generate a couple grand each because you're gonna say Trump is bad, celebrity garbage, and we're gonna load ads. Okay, sounds like I'll make money. Now let's talk about real journalism. Why don't you go to an investor and say this, I need $500,000 for 1 year. Salary for the journalist is going to be, we're going to be modest, we're going to say $80,000 a year. But travel costs, legal costs is going to be $300,000 for the first year because we're going to get sued to oblivion when we start digging into Pfizer's oral pharmaceutical. The investor's going to say, okay, $500,000, what do I get at the end of the year? We don't know. We haven't investigated the company yet. He's going to say, screw off. I invested money in that. So all of these big companies, that's how they're operating. Why would they make news? They're going to play softball so that you believe you're getting news, but you are the product. They need more eyeballs, so they need sensational rage bait garbage at the lowest cost possible to appease their investors. To be fair, you do have another problem today with membership bases, where it's largely better so long as you're adhering to some kind of standard. But then you end up with, say, Washington Post or the New York Times, where they have audience capture. Their audience hates Trump. They've invested heavily in making anti-Trump content. If they change now, they will lose members and they will shrink. So what do? They maintain those lies. You are not getting fair and honest reporting. It just doesn't exist.
I think, especially in the news media space, journalism sadly cannot be monetized to the amount that it takes to pay the journalist to make a living. And the downstream consequences of that is that journalism and news outfits usually cannot be profitable and therefore tend to be bought out by billionaires or owned by billionaires. So for the New York Times, it's owned by the Salzburger family. So the thing is, they're not really adhering or have to feel the pressure from their subscribers if it came down to that, because they're a very rich family. Same for the Washington Post, currently owned by Jeff Bezos. If push comes to shove, they actually don't need to be profitable, and it's just rich people and rich companies that own a lot of these different news outlets.
The motivation then is going to be just for access or the ability to affect the narrative, right? The overall zeitgeist of America.
So let's talk about, let me do this. Let me jump to this story first, kick this off. We have this from the New York Times, NPR sues Trump over order to cut funding. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Washington by NPR, another public radio organization, said President Trump's executive order violated the Constitution and the First Amendment. I absolutely love that NPR's argument is we have a First Amendment right to taxpayer funds. It is a psychotic, crazy world where the AP, the Associated Press, sued, saying we should be allowed in the press pool in Trump's Oval Office. This is Trump. This is an invitation. There's no guarantee in the Constitution that a private organization has access to Trump's office. And because Trump would invite the press in general, AP won a court case saying they should be allowed in. My argument is I should sue next. Why can't I be in the Oval Office whenever I want to? What makes the AP special? If the courts are saying the AP needs to be allowed in, then I'm to be allowed in too. And we'll do the podcast right from the Oval Office next to Trump because they got to let me in. It's an absurdity. So now NPR is suing Trump. Here's the executive order. The executive order that Trump issued 4 weeks ago, or I'm sorry, about 3.5 weeks ago, ending taxpayer subsidization of biased media. It's not a First Amendment issue. He's saying that the U.S. government cannot be spending money on promoting one ideology. That violates the First Amendment. It is a violation of the First Amendment that NPR would receive funds. That's what's at play. So they want to say that the NPR has sued the lawsuit filed in federal court in Washington by NPR and other public radio organizations, including Colorado Public Radio. And Aspen Public Radio said Mr. Trump's order violated the Constitution. Quote, the president has no authority under the Constitution to take such actions. On the contrary, the power of the purse is reserved for Congress. The White House had no immediate comment. This month, Mr. Trump signed an executive order ordering the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which backs NPR and PBS, to freeze all funding to those organizations. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting spends more than $500 million on public radio. However, I do believe that as an executive branch, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and so the president does have authority to direct their actions. However, there is a legal challenge, and Congress has passed the funds for specific things, which means there's a check and a balance. So this can't happen. Jumping back into what we were talking about before, getting into the story, what I wanted to mention is Phil brought up how the purpose of these news organizations is for clout and to control the narrative in the system. That's why, I believe it was Haim Saban, I'm not sure. He's, I don't know if he owns Univision, I think he might. Big Hillary Clinton guy. Univision and ABC launched Fusion. And I think they spent something like $300 million trying to create what they were calling, quote, nice spice. Because they needed to get young people. And they weren't profitable. They didn't expect to be profitable, as far as I can tell in the conversations I had with these people. It was to create an influence operation. They wanted to be able to mass produce content that shaped the political landscape of young people. And they failed miserably. And they had every opportunity to do it right, but boy, would they not listen. Let me give you an example of, so they failed, they laid everybody off, they burned this money to the ground, the company's completely gone. When I was there, they had produced a bunch of content that was overly woke gender ideology stuff. I went to the president of the company and I said, this stuff's not getting any views. You're not getting any traction. You're not generating any attention. And so me and my brother told them we can help them with a campaign. We can find content you have, that sleeper content that's been improperly marketed, and we can make it big. So there was one video called Open Mic Massacre. And it was a comedian, and it was a cartoon bit where every time he tried to tell a joke, they boo him and call him racist or a bigot. It was mocking the woke. It exploded. I don't remember how many views it got, but it got a ton of views. They doubled their subscribers, and the company went nuts, outraged. They did not want that narrative to be successful. They were pissed off that happened. So they said, stop doing this. And that was the end of it. And I was like, I don't understand. We found the content that young people like. We helped promote it. It took off like crazy. You're building subscribers. What do you want? And is it not that? So what did they end up doing? Doubling down on woke garbage that failed and went out of business.
Well, again, these companies don't even care about being profitable because, again, it is an influence op. And I think we also need to take notice of one of the biggest influence ops that is coming out of the Middle East, the news organization called Al Jazeera, that I think is underappreciated for how much it is a propagandizing arm of Qatar. That, again, doesn't need to be profitable. And I think we'll need to wrangle with the consequences of news organizations not even trying to be profitable at this point. Tim, I wanted to follow up on something you said earlier about NPR, and I believe it's the AP trying to sue Trump and the Trump administration to get more access to the Oval Office. Here's the thing. We're very thankful here at Timcast for the Trump administration shaking up the way they do media access at the White House. If it was up to the White House Correspondents Association, who currently has a monopoly on coverage and access in the Oval Office, or well, used to, we wouldn't be in the Oval Office at all. Space in the Oval Office is zero-sum. It's actually a very small room. And the fact when NPR isn't there, or the AP isn't there, it's a different new media person that is. So all of that is to say that NPR and AP trying to sue to get back in is trying to take the place of other new media outfits getting in there, like us, like the Daily Wire, like the Daily Caller, among other people. And I hope that NPR and AP fails in their lawsuits trying to get back in.
I just want to show you guys. I found it. We've pulled this up from time to time. It's a good example of the films. 9 years ago, 589,000 views. I show you this because I believe this is evidence that when a media company with hundreds of millions of dollars was given an opportunity to produce successful content, they chose not to intentionally. They were told what would succeed. It's not even about politics. We did a video called Fallout from Fukushima. I went to the president of the company and I said, Fallout 4 is coming out. It is the most anticipated game of the year. It's been a long time, huh? I said, Fallout 3 was game of the year. Fallout 4 is coming out. We should go to Fukushima, Japan, do a mini documentary on the disaster and where it's currently at and call it Fallout from Fukushima. We're going to capture all that SEO. So everyone's searching for Fallout's going to find our documentary, and it creates a cool real world view for what these video games are, and video games are popular. And they said, do it. Boom, 500,000 views right at launch. And they said, no, make more trans kids. I said, here's my idea for a series. Let's create mini documentaries based on video games. So Call of Duty, let's make a Call of Duty mini doc that explores modern warfare and combat. And we film it with shots. We put a GoPro on the weapon and we film first-person POV training and make it look like the video game. That way when people are playing the video game, they're bored. And they said, no, we want feminism, mission-driven storytelling, and none of it ever worked. That is, with hundreds of millions of dollars pouring in, the goal was never to build successful media. It was to build narrative and pay to inject it into the culture, which is what I was warning last November when I said this is what Democrats are going to do. They lost the election. Now what they're going to do is they tried the corporate route, build a company, dump the money, see if it works. It didn't work. Now they're going to find liberal podcasters, and they're going to say, you got a big channel, let's give you $10 million in advertisement. Your face will be everywhere. And what's fascinating to me is that the right, with domination in the space for now, the podcast presidency they call it, have not been utilizing their resources to take cultural ubiquity. This is what I don't get. Did you guys see the Times Square thing of all those black men's faces? Yeah. You didn't see that? Let me see if I can pull that up. Black men's faces, Times Square. What is this? How do I find this? Black men in Times Square? That's not it. Oh, okay, it is. Yeah, I can pull this one up like this. Okay, that's a no. Is this it? I don't know. This might be it. Let's just pull this in and see what happens. There you go. So all of a sudden, every billboard in Times Square that you can buy turns into a picture of a black man's face. And it's some, like, art campaign. I was talking to my buddies about this 10 years ago. How do we buy every billboard in Times Square all at once? Because that's like a big flash. Everybody knows and exactly what happened with this. The right won a podcast battle helping Donald Trump win, and they all remained independent, isolated, didn't do big ad runs. They're not doing what Coca-Cola does. What I think we're going to see next, I think, we bought billboards. Timcast IRL is on billboards all across the country. Many people have seen them if you're driving through, especially the Rust Belt where we bought a bunch. Very expensive to do. It's because I firmly believe in a year, you are going to see insert liberal podcast all over Times Square, on YouTube, nonstop. You're going to pull up, Asmongold. You're going to want to watch, he's just a streamer, right? Politically unaffiliated, but leans kind of in a Trump direction. And whenever you click his video, it's going to autoplay a commercial from a liberal podcast or the liberal podcast itself. These big companies, they can afford to give Rachel Maddow $20 million. They're going to go to Google and say, we want to buy a big package. Let me tell you guys about last year. We spent a lot of money on Google ads. And Google, to this day, will not stop emailing me saying, please talk to us and do a deal with us. We'll cut you a deal. We'll prioritize all this stuff because you spend a lot of money. It makes sense, but we don't spend as much as these people do. And so, we might do like tens of thousands per month, depending on the show we're doing or the videos we want to promote, things like that. What you're going to end up seeing is, here's my bet: Democrat PAC or something, or a Democrat-aligned media interest is going to say, we represent a bunch of these big podcasts on the liberal side that are on YouTube, but they don't do so well. Now, we've got a $50 million budget for the year, but we don't know if we want to spend that on YouTube ads if you guys aren't promoting us and they're not being seen by people anyway. YouTube will then be like, let's do a deal. Then, when you go to the front page of YouTube as a conservative, all of a sudden you're only getting liberals. And it's because YouTube says, look, they bought a $50 million package. So their ads are going to appear all over the place. Banner ads, video display ads, and they're going to start popping up in the algorithm.
So they're going to ignore your personally identified profile algorithm and then force feed.
I would argue that there's a balance of yes with a but. YouTube, of course, doesn't want to lose users. They want to lose users, but the balance is, or the question is, why doesn't YouTube want people to leave the website? They want to maximize the ads they get. If they abuse it too much, people will leave. However, they also need money. And if people are already leaving to say Rumble and they're conservative, YouTube's going to have this equation in front of them. Conservatives have left and gone to Rumble, largely. And maybe not entirely, but a large portion, or at least a significant double-digit portion. We've already lost a lot of that money. How do we make back that money? Democrats then come and say, well, promote our personalities. But here's the thing, too. Like that guy Derek Thompson was saying, it's going to be sleeper cells. They're going to be liberal-aligned shows that are passively liberal, but in the health space. YouTube will start promoting these things. They've been doing it. They've done it before. They'll do it again. YouTube will begin putting pressure, so it's harder to find shows like this and other shows that lean away from the narrative issue. They'll try and do it in a way to maintain as many viewers as possible without bleeding too much. But the equation, as I mentioned, is if conservatives leave and are angry, and liberals are threatening to leave, hand it to the liberals. End of story. Especially if they're offering big cash. I think we're going to see that next year in the midterms, and that's what's going to cause a lot of damage to Republicans. That being said, Democrats still have crackpot policies that regular people do.
Yeah, I mean, the scenario you lay out actually is very similar to the way that it was before you kind of started to realize that the left controlled everything. I mean, the general consensus was that it was normal, and then you had conservatives. But then normal started saying crazy things like men can become women and such. But it was that, you know, the general consensus was, oh, this is what normal people think, and we don't have to be political. We just talk about whatever topic we're talking about, or whatever we like. And then if politics comes up, it's obvious that we would vote for Barack Obama, or it's obvious the right choice is the Democrats. And that was the way that kind of society had been running for, you know, probably since Bill Clinton. You know, even when George Bush was the president, the general consensus was still from media and from the left that it was clear that, you know, George Bush might have been kind of an anomaly, but most of your political positions should be the positions that the left is.
I don't want to make this sound like it's uniquely a left issue. There was a story that relates to this that came across my radar last week from the Washington Examiner, talking about how Qatar has foreign influence operations here in the United States. I'm going to read you a couple of paragraphs from here because I feel like it relates. It's in regard to Tucker Carlson interviewing the Prime Minister of Qatar, and the organization that paid for that to happen was giving Tucker Carlson allegedly $180,000 per month. So let me just read this. So
Wait, what? What's the title?
The title is from the Washington Examiner: Conservative media targeted by Qatari foreign influence operations. You're going to have to archive it because it has a paywall. So it says, I'm reading from it, perhaps Qatar's biggest victory in its post-election right-wing media campaign thus far was securing an interview between Tucker Carlson and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Al-Thani. The interview racked up nearly 6 million views. Qatar paid top dollar to ensure the interview take place. FARA records show that Lumen 8 Advisors, a legal consulting company for which very little public information is available, facilitated the interview between Carlson and the Qatari dignitary. The Lumen 8 Advisors paid $180,000 per month to provide media and communication coaching and consulting services.
I don't have it pulled up, so just...
No, it's that. It's this.
No, I don't have it pulled up, so just keep going. What's your point?
Oh, and then... So we need to be worried about, again, this is rich people trying to sway opinion one way or another. I'm not saying that...
I do have it pulled up now.
Yeah.
Conservative media targeted by Qatari foreign influence operations. So what was the point you were bringing up? You said that...
I was saying, so we were talking a lot about how the left is influenced by billionaires that are trying to fund them money, and I don't think it's unique to the left. And I think on the right, we also have different billionaires flooding money into the space, perhaps trying to get
So let me read this. It says, Qatar paid top dollar to ensure this interview took place. Foreign Agent Registration Act records show that Lumen 8 Advisors LLC, a legal consulting company for which very little public information is available, helped facilitate between Carlson and the Qatari dignitary. The embassy of the state of Qatar pays Lumen 8 Advisors $180,000 per month to provide media and communication coaching and consulting services. Qatar wants to further cement ties with Trump and allies for many reasons, including to defend itself against Republican attacks, for its relationship with Hamas and Iran. Anna Jacobs, a non-resident fellow at the Arab Gulf States Institute, said of the Carlson interview. So they were saying that the biggest victory was Tucker Carlson and Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani in March. Now, and what I mentioned, it's got 6 million views across X and YouTube. That being said, I mean, it doesn't mean Carlson has anything to do with it. I think we have to be careful about if Qatar is hiring a media advisory agency and then saying, we want to, like, on this Lumen 8 emails Tucker and says, would you like to interview the Prime Minister of Qatar? He's going to say yes. So I don't think there's anything untoward or is there any implication that Carlson or anybody is actually taking money?
So it was people registered with FARA that helped facilitate the interview.
That sounds normal.
Yeah, I need to look. The advisors were paid $180,000 a month. I don't know if that. I need to look up to see if that eventually made it to Tucker.
I don't think Tucker got paid to do this interview. I think if someone emailed me and said, if someone emailed Tim Castello and said, would you like to interview the Prime Minister of Qatar, I'd say yes.
I think there's foreign agents being paid by the Qataris to help facilitate their relationship with right-wing figures like Tucker Carlson. And I watched parts of the interview. It was an extremely friendly interview from what I'm used to seeing from Tucker Carlson. So I think there is reason for concern. And again, there's also many people in the Trump administration who's had a lot of donations from Qatar that I think it's something to be aware of. Pam Bondi received millions of dollars in donations when she was AG in Florida from Qatar.
He formerly lobbied for Qatar, it says.
Yeah, Qatar as well. I think also Kash Patel, despite I think doing a great job so far, also had a lot of Qatar involvement. So, and then Qatar
country, it's got 300,000 people.
And then, moreover, Qatar also has their Al Jazeera media outfit that they're only losing money on. So, I think it isn't too crazy to assume that such a small country may have some ulterior motives with a lot of their media strategy here.
Well, I mean, I think that it's probably obvious that they're looking to do as much as they can to influence, but I think that, I mean, a lot of countries do that, don't they?
Yeah, it's a question of whether it's illicit. And let's try and break this down. I think this is why I can't stand the issue of the Israel-Palestine stuff. Because nobody is... I'll just put it this way. All is fair in love and war. I get it. So what do we have here? I would break this down as Tucker Carlson was approached by a media consulting firm that works for Qatar and said, would you like to interview the Prime Minister? And he said, yeah, that sounds amazing. An interview with a world leader, that's huge. Qatar hires a media agency. We have PR and publicists. We pay them. They're not foreign. They're Americans. And they reach out to news outlets and say, on behalf of Tim Castello, like, would you be interested in these stories, or would you be interested in these interviews? I think that's all this is. The reason it's FARA is because it's Qatar. And I think the attempt here from the Examiner is to malign Tucker Carlson as if he did make it appear as though he did something wrong.
Is there a narrative that you believe Qatar tends to push that you find objectionable, or do you think that they have motives that are contrary to what the United States motivation is?
So I think
US national
their Al Jazeera media outfit is an anti-Western outlet that has a lot of nefarious intentions on the world stage, and I think they are the main funders behind that, and I'm super critical of them. I think they're huge hypocrites, so, you know, like, on their Al Jazeera channel, they'll constantly rail about human rights, but they built their country with slave labor. You said they only have 300,000 citizens, right? But there's something like 2 million non-registered citizens in their country pretty much acting as slaves. There's no rights for women in their country, among other things. But
well, I think Al Jazeera Plus is or was the bigger issue. I don't know if they still exist.
Yeah, that's their more progressive outfit, but again, Al Jazeera never cover Qatar either in any sort of professional way. They what?
They shouldn't.
Why not?
Conflict of interest.
I think it's a conflict of interest to just completely stay out of it. I think they should try to be unbiased and cover themselves. The same thing with the Washington Post and Bezos. If you were truly unbiased, then you'd have some of the most cynical coverage of yourself. But it's convenient for one of the biggest networks in the Middle East, run by such a small country, to be like, oh yeah, we'll cover all the misdealings of all the countries around us, except in our own country. And a lot of the Middle Eastern countries around them in the Middle East don't like them as a result of it.
I think the BBC are a bunch of liars.
Sure.
And so that's the issue. It could go either way. I don't fault a country for reporting on themselves or not, depending on the size of the country, I suppose. Like, we read the BBC, and it's often BS. Tommy Robinson got released today, which is awesome, amazing news. And if you're going to read about him in the BBC, they're lying about everything. It's insane. And so, Qatar's not reporting on themselves. I shrug. If they were, would we believe it? I wouldn't want to read that. I'm going to read something else, you know? I do think it's interesting that a tiny nation has such outsized influence. Trump going there and the Qatari jet was a terrible idea. He should not be accepting that jet for security reasons alone.
Yeah.
Then you had Theo Von going and visiting with Trump and then coming back and saying that there's a genocide going on in Palestine, in Gaza. And I'm just like, when I pointed out that people started commenting, Theo Von just got back from Qatar, and I was like, I thought they were kidding. I thought they were making us like they were insulting him, saying that his position on this is like akin to him going to Qatar. And then I realized he actually did go there. Like, it was actually a big trip that he did. And so I tweeted, wow, I didn't realize this. And the response I got from people was that I was implying Qatar paid him for that opinion. I never said that. These people are psychotic. I said, no, he went to Qatar, talked to some people, they told him this, and he said, wow, I didn't know that, and then came back and became a part of his show. The question I have is, why does this small country have such outsized influence? And I'm not saying they're paying for it. I'm saying people want to go there, and they go there, and they adopt those views and those opinions, and they believe it. It's wild. And it's not, I'm not even making a comment on Israel.
They have such outsized influence because they are paying for it. I mean,
well, to a certain degree.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
but I mean, like, I don't think they went to Theo Von and said, "Here's $1 million. Go claim there's a genocide happening."
Maybe not in that case, but they're going to have influence with celebrities that they're going to bring over for their weddings, and they're going to, pay $250 million for a wedding for a prince or a...
And they'll donate a ton of money to the school that you want your child to go to, and they're donating to all these politicians, and they're donating to all of these interest groups, and then they have their media outfit that are all incestuous with one another. You know, the Israelis would be jealous of the influence operation that the Qataris have. It's amazing.
I view it largely similar again, to be honest.
I think the numbers from Qatar vastly outnumber the amount that Israel's contributing. And I think there's also something to say about, I think there is actually a lot of genuine grassroots support for Israel in the West, in America in particular. I also think Israel's coded to be right-wing and coded to be right, at least by the left. So I think there's reason to support Israel in the country, as opposed to Qatar, which is completely misaligned with our values totally and supports terrorists, actually, and people who are antithetical to our values and actually don't align with us on any values, but we do have an air base there, so I think that's what it kind of comes down to project power.
Big deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, even his donations to Pam Bondi in the past is, they're willing to line anybody's pockets.
They're saying that Trump is a Qatari asset.
I think after your trip to Israel, you're going to have to stop in Qatar as well.
When I go to Israel?
Yeah, you're going to...
When am I going to Israel?
Oh, we'll need to plan your trip out. If you're a new APAC handler, I made some phone calls.
I've been to Tel Aviv before. It's beautiful. And, I don't know. I think people are nuts. I think it is infinitely strange to me how this is the center. You know what I call this? I call it Israel first. I think the people who love and hate Israel are both Israel first, and it's the weirdest thing. Because I'm like Israel 10th, maybe. There's a bunch of other countries I think are more important, like Mexico and the cartels are in a higher ranking as to what I care about in this world. Ukraine ranks higher as far as I'm concerned. It matters. You know, what's going on there is important. The only reason it's on the list at all is because the U.S. is providing funding to Israel and there's conflict going on around it that I don't think the U.S. should be involved in. But it's amazing that there are people in this country who they've literally super chatted this show in last year's election cycle saying they would vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden said he was critical of Israel. And I'm like, that's America last. You care so much about Israel, you would burn this country to the ground with Joe Biden. That's crazy to me. That means your first priority is Israel. Whether you love Israel or hate Israel, these people who only ever complain about Israel, they don't care about Burma, they don't care about Tibet, they don't care about Ukraine, they don't care about South Sudan or Eritrea or Afghanistan. The first country in their minds in every instance is Israel. And again, that's the people who hate it and the people who love it. So I'm just like, guys, you guys just go get a hotel room or something. It's crazy.
I mean, the fact that there are people that are so focused, they call themselves America First, but they're so focused on Israel, when the amount of money that we give to Israel is marginal when it comes to the real big problems like the national debt, like mandatory spending, Medicare, Medicaid, those things that are having serious impact on, you know, whether or not people will buy our treasury bills now. I mean, last week the bond market opened up, and there was such soft demand that they had to, you know, the yield I think went up. I don't know exactly how much it was, but the yield went up for treasury bonds because people didn't want them. The reason people didn't want them is because the bill passed, the big beautiful bill passed, and there's so much more spending. Worrying about, you know, how much money we give to Israel is entirely pointless. If you have a moral qualm with it, fine, that makes sense. You know, I have a problem with the fact that the U.S. is involved in a war that's going on over there. Fine, makes perfect sense. But the idea that we give so much money to Israel, it's pennies compared to the real serious pressing economic issues.
As you pointed out, the America First people only talk about Israel.
They are the functional democracy there. They do allow Arabs, Muslims in the Knesset. They do allow gays and transgenders.
Oh wow! So now we're
anti-participate. No,
yeah, maybe to their own detriment.
I mean, these are allowed in their culture, and they're not allowed in the border cultures.
And that's why my point is, if someone came to me and said, "I don't like the U.S. spending money in foreign wars." Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, Afghanistan, Iraq, I'd say, oh, I understand.
I'm with you on that.
But when they come to me and they say, the U.S. should be spending money on Israel, I say, what about other countries? No, Israel! And I'm like, dude, the only thing you care about is that you are Israel first and foremost. All the Groypers, Nick Fuentes, and everyone there, Israel first. The only thing they ever talk about, they won't shut up about it, they love Israel. I get it. They hate it. They hate Israel, they hate AIPAC, they hate all these people, but it's the only thing they talk about. They act like no other problems exist. And I'm like, the point is, when you wake up in the morning, the first thing in your mind is Israel. For me, it's America. How do we secure our borders? What's going on with fentanyl in Canada? What's going on with illegal immigration from Guatemala into our country? So when I have a list of countries I care more about, I'm like, first of all, American labor. Are we helping Gen Z get in the labor force, buy houses, and have families? That's the first thing I'm thinking about when I wake up. How do we build culture among Americans? How do we get people to be moralistic in our country? Then I'm worried about Mexico. They got cartels, they're shoveling drugs up to our country, our borders insecure. Then I'm concerned about Guatemala. Then I'm concerned about El Salvador. Then I'm concerned about Honduras. Then Brazil. And at some point down the list, I'm like, there's Israel. But these people wake up every day bashing their faces against the wall, screaming the word Israel. And I'm like, you are Israel first. And I hope you hear me.
Clearly. They're definitely focused on Israel far more than they are in the U.S.
Yep. And that's why when they said they would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, I said, that is a person who would burn this country to the ground because they care more about Israel. They hate Israel, but Israel matters so much more to them, they would see America burn if it meant bad things happen to Israel.
Cutting your nose to spite your face, yeah.
I don't know why you care so much. And they live in these crazy worlds where Israel's the most important country on the planet. And I'm telling you, it is fascinating how they think Israel controls the weather. I like the amount of that's not even a joke.
I know.
The amount
It's obvious that Ian controls the weather. not
the
Israel.
amount of crazy conspiracies they think. They believe that Israel controls everything, is this secret cabal of Jews that are running the whole world, and I'm like, that is Israel's first thing you can get. They hate America, and they only care about Israel. It's the only thing they focus on. Let's jump to this next story from Newsweek. Donald Trump makes Canada a new offer to become the 51st state, and the best part is he claims they're considering it. He posted on Truth, I told Canada, which very much wants to be a part of our fabulous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they remain a separate but unequal nation, but will cost $0 if they become our cherished 51st state. They are considering the offer. They aren't, but it's funny.
I don't want Canada to be the 51st state because I see the way the Canadians vote. So.
Could you imagine, like, Senator Trudeau?
Oh, God. It sounds like a terrible idea.
Senate Majority Leader Trudeau.
We could take Alberta, though.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And Saskatchewan right here, right?
What's that?
Saskatchewan, too?
Maybe Saskatchewan. But Alberta for the oil and the mountains. But, yeah.
We could take their oil, you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
So because I'm an expansionist, I'm down with taking Canada. So I think the real test case for taking Canada would be if a war broke out, we'd have to occupy Canada to maintain its safety and to make sure it doesn't become a satellite of Canada or a satellite of China is how I think it would go.
It already is.
Yeah, exactly. But during a time of
Chinese
war,
military operations up there.
during a time of war, we'd have to go occupy and decommunize Canada. So I think that's when it would really go down. I think President Trump is just trying to warm the Canadians up to the idea a little bit at this point.
Well, I mean, I think that Trump just likes to say things.
Canada is in our future.
Whether or not
it's unfinished business, though.
No, it's not. But like at the end of the day, like Canada is going to be. They will be protected if we do design and build a Golden Dome. Like the United States is going to protect Canada as well. That's just the way that it's going to be.
During a time of war, we will need to occupy them for their own safety.
No, that's ridiculous.
Secure their liberty.
That's ridiculous.
Protect them from communism, from the Chinese.
No, stop.
We're going to be liberators, Phil.
No, this is
me and you.
No.
Liberators of Canada?
Yeah, we're going to liberate Canada from the Chinese. Yeah,
He's
from the
going to go
communists.
up there and freeze to death by himself.
We're the anti-communists.
I'm not going.
Well, hold on. The freeze, but that's if he goes in winter. If he goes in summer, they have an extra long growing season.
But then you'll just die of mosquito bites and ticks.
Black flies.
That's terrible.
As I understand, their waterways will become very important within the next few decades thanks to climate change. Do you guys remember climate change as a political issue? I feel like I haven't heard that word in a long time.
It's not real.
Like that completely, that was like number one.
And let me clarify, I'm saying as a political issue.
Yeah.
I know they're going to be like, oh, we got him. That's what happened with Trump. He said something like that, like the political climate change is no longer relevant, and the media all ran, Trump says climate change isn't real. And I was like, no, he was saying that the political attacks they were using were based on lies.
If climate change was actually the crisis that they say, they would have been issuing nuclear weapons 2 decades ago. It wasn't. It never was. They were just trying to use the climate and the environment as a means to further control the basically the land and stuff. How you use your faucet and what shower head you have. So.
My next question to President Trump, if I'm so privileged to get another two, and maybe I'll ask about Greenland and Canada again.
I think
what the updates are.
I think Trump clearly just cares about global trade routes in the ocean. So the whole Canada-Greenland thing is about the Northwest Passage. And Panama, obviously, the canal. And Israel is largely Suez. And it was funny because all of these anti-Israel people got super mad when I pointed that out to Adam Conover, and they lost their minds because they live in Wally World. I'm like, Trump's issue, if you look at the big picture, is global trade. That's why they're bombing the Houthis. That's why they have interest in Sinai, in Suez. And that's why he cares about the Northwest Passage, Greenland, Canada, and that's why Panama. His principal issue is I will control global trade. That's largely been the American position for domination. We police the ocean.
So you don't think Trump is serious about Greenland?
I do, yeah.
I mean, no, in terms of acquisition.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, but not about Canada. That's
I think Canada might be half joke. Half joke. Trump wants some kind of deal where we can have a military presence or naval presence. I don't think he literally believes the entirety of Canada will be one state. That makes no sense. But I think it's some kind of essence of a big ask. So where he goes to Canada and says, hey, you want Golden Dome protection? They say, yes, but what's it going to cost? He says $60 billion. They go, we can't afford that. He goes, then how about this? You lease us parts of, Canadian territory in the Northwest Passage, and we will then provide blanket coverage with Golden Dome. That's where I think we might end up.
I think it's textbook art of the deal, and he's just getting this is just his starting point in the negotiations. I think particularly for Greenland, and I think Tim's spot on about getting different parts of random northern parts of Canada for future military bases and whatnot. Same with Greenland, if we can negotiate something with like that. Or at least getting people interested in the idea. Maybe a couple of decades down the line, something goes wrong in Canada, and Americans change their feelings towards them. Maybe we could be like, oh, remember when Trump thought this was a good idea? And we're warming people up to it. I'm warming you up to it, Phil.
I don't know if you're warming up to it or not. I don't think so. I do think that the argument that the government makes about Greenland being important to national security is legitimate, but I don't think that we're actually going to get Greenland. I think that it'll likely be some kind of military base that we lease an area to install a military base. I'm pretty sure that there's already a U.S. military base there, at least one. The president and J.D. Vance were both talking about economic incentives to Greenland to get them to allow more, and I think that's what it's going to end up winding up being.
I believe during World War II we did occupy Greenland again to secure their liberty.
Because someone else was occupying.
No, exactly. So again, I think this will have a similar casus belli. There'll be a similar political crisis that the United States will be able to utilize. We should have stayed in Greenland.
You really
post World War II.
So you think that it'll be a similar? Like that? Do you think
well, there's going to be a big world.
It's Denmark that actually owns Greenland, right?
Sure, yeah, but if if something pops off in Europe,
Germany,
if something pops off in Europe, hey, maybe we'll see how things go in Ukraine and Russia. Who knows down the line? I'm just keeping my options open in my expansionist dream here. We probably shouldn't have left post World War II, and we probably shouldn't have ever given back the Panama Canal, worst trade deal in history.
Well, the Panama Canal stuff, I agree, that shouldn't have.
That was just very dumb, frankly. I believe it was Jimmy Carter just trying to flex. I don't know. I'm not old enough to remember.
Bad idea.
I think it was like, oh, we're decolonizing or what have you.
I don't think that it was decolonizing.
I mean, that was the idea where it's decolonization.
No, I don't think that it was actually decolonization. I think that it was economic. I don't think that it was like, oh, we're actually. I don't.
Their argument was that we're colonizing them, and I think Jimmy Carter's angle was.
I'd have to look to be sure to see what the argument was, but decolonization has a specific leftist context, and I don't think that was the idea behind it, but I will look. So,
yeah, dumb trade deals, liberate Greenland for no reason, and then give back Panama Canal for no reason, let Canada exist. Again, we're footing their defense. We're their biggest trade partner. And what do we get out of it? Nothing. We get the raw end of the stick. And I'm glad President Trump actually recognized it.
Sure about it.
Carter, you're loving it.
I don't know that I share your estimation of whether we should or should not have given back Greenland or whatever.
Or the canal.
Or the canal. I think that I think that the canal actually was a bad idea. I think the U.S. should have kept at least a presence on the canal, but I'm not so sure about Greenland.
Why not take Greenland? Like I don't mean.
Why give it up? We should have kept it while we had it. It's easier to.
I mean during World War II.
Yeah. And
but it was
with the
treaty
canal too.
We still have a treaty, I think, with Denmark allowing us to operate there.
Well, that's. I mean, my like I said earlier, I think that it'll end up being the U.S. having some kind of military presence, maybe another military base or a couple military bases or something. But I don't think that there's a whole lot of benefit to taking Greenland because most of it. I mean, there are geothermal things down there.
There's abandoned underground nuclear bases.
Are there?
Yeah.
the Nazis' bases there?
U.S. U.S. tried building weapons depots and launch sites and struggled, so they built these big underground bunkers and then left. So they're there and they're extremely valuable. Yep.
There's so much going on post-World War II that I think if we turned it into a territory...
Canada?
It would have, Greenland. It would have just been a bookmark in history and we would just accept it.
Well, I think Trump is smart and realized that Canada was always part of it. And it's only by happenstance that we've not had our proper military control over it. And so, in the name of justice, we must take it.
Monarchy is wrong, so that's...
I get so many death threats when I say that.
Canada, the Canadians acting up.
I don't know, though. They got moose. Moose are cool. Is it meese or mooses?
Great documentary, Canadian Bacon, starring John Candy. That's the film about the war between the United States and Canada. You guys don't even know what that is. You don't.
I know. I've never
know the
seen
reference.
It, but I know the movie. God, yeah. But
no idea.
It's moose. I think that.
I know.
Plural. Okay.
Let's jump. We got one more story for you guys. It's actually a bunch. We'll grab this one. From The Independent, Jordan Peterson refuses to identify as a Christian in viral atheist debate. This story is nuts. I think it was, Sunday? They put out this, Jubilee put out 1 Christian versus 20 atheists featuring Jordan Peterson. Then after a major backlash from Christians who were like, Jordan Peterson is not a Christian, and even says in the show that he's not, they changed it to Jordan Peterson versus atheists. To be fair, I think Jubilee should retitle it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 anti-Christians, because I don't even think it's fair to call them atheists. Here's the clip in question, however, that is going massively viral.
Why is that relevant? Because you go to a Catholic church, I'm sure you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism. Sure. All right. Are you familiar with their doctrine? Somewhat. Okay. You're familiar? How do they regard marriage? Why are you asking? Because you're a Christian. You say that. I haven't agreed that. Well, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists? I don't know. You don't know where you are right now. Don't be a smartass. Well, either you're a Christian or you're not. If you're a smartass. Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it? I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you. You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression. I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian? Oh, you were invited to. I think everyone should look at the titles of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video. You're really quite something. You are. But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Jordan Peterson is getting roasted by the left and the right, because in this whole debate, or whatever you want to call it, he kept doing, semantic games. He said, what do you mean by believe? And then the young man says, something you think to be true. And he was like, no, now you're just claiming true is a substitution for believe. And he wouldn't answer it. He's debating a guy and he's asked whether or not he's a Christian. He says, I could be either, but I'm not going to tell you, or I don't have to tell you. And it's like, then what are you doing in this debate? I think the issue is that Jubilee, this company, wanted a Christian versus atheist video, and they wanted a big name. So they said, hey, Jordan Peterson, do you want to debate a bunch of atheists? Said, sure. They then wrote down Christian versus atheist. Jordan Peterson comes in as some kind of deist, not Christian, and then no one understands what they're debating at all.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Jordan Peterson wasn't there to defend Christianity from a position of, I believe Christ is my savior. Right? Like, if you're going to go in there and you're going to be defending Christianity, you shouldn't just defend the moral principles laid out in Christianity. You should be there saying, no, I believe in God. I believe that Jesus Christ is his son, and I believe that I'm saved through his grace. You shouldn't be like, oh, I like Christianity, and I like the way that Christianity sets up society, or the way that societies that are Christian end up being run. I think that you should actually believe in Christianity. I think the big problem here is he doesn't.
Let me play this other clip. This is why Jordan Peterson is getting ragged on.
So do you believe in all the What do you mean by believe? What do you think it to be true? That's the circular definition. What do you mean? How's it circular? How's it circular? Because you added no argument to the answer by substituting the word true and believe. You think it to be true. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it. What do you mean by that? You live for it, and you die for it.
What?
That's what I mean. Is it something that you say? Is it something that's associated with logical consistency? It's not declarative. It's not a proposition. It's not a figment of your imagination.
the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
What? Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something and you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
So
How would you define belief? Something you say?
I can believe that these can exist, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life. Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
So sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
You lie to save your mom, God.
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying saves them?
Yeah, we can speak things like we live in circumstances.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it's the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody could, so I wouldn't be in that situation.
Would you lie?
It's a hypothetical.
Can't you hypothetical?
I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's fun. Don't play me. Yes, if you present me...
I don't understand what Jordan Peterson is at this point, to be honest.
He's
so hard for me because I think that Jordan Peterson contributed a lot to my own life going back before his fame, the videos that I used to watch, and I have actually said over and over again to many people in certain circumstances, and you're being very transparent about your life and your own spiritual journey, that he helped me a lot in rediscovering kind of who I am as a man and as a father. And this, I couldn't, out of the half dozen or so of these that I watched, I couldn't finish any of them.
A few of his points he was right on. I think the issue largely is Jubilee asked Jordan Peterson to debate atheists, and he's some kind of deist, not a Christian, and then told all these atheists, you're going to debate a Christian, which actually proves Jordan Peterson was right the whole time. That being said, Jordan Peterson's performance was pretty miserable when he's like, what do you mean by belief? Like, bro, you understand what he's saying. If you want to clarify for the audience and say, I believe what you're saying by believe is, but the kid said something you think to be true. Okay, he's qualified his statement. The issue is that Jordan Peterson's first claim was atheists reject God without understanding what they're rejecting. And the fact that the Jubilee producers asked a bunch of anti-Christians to debate a deist proves the producers themselves don't know what atheism or Christianity or deism or God is. Their minds, they thought one thing. If you're an atheist, you don't believe in Jesus. Jordan Peterson, as a deist, is saying God has many shapes and forms. You don't know what you're saying no to. At one point in the debate, where I do think he did well, he said that one of the definitions of God, I think Jonah in the Bible, is conscience, the voice of morality within you, not this all-knowing divine creator necessarily. They're just saying, okay, well, I don't believe in Scripture. And so Jordan Peterson is debating anti-Christians from the context of they don't believe God exists, and they're debating a deist based on their criticism of Christianity specifically. All of the people who came in were debating Christianity, not Islam, not Hinduism, not Confucianism or anything else. It was literally anti-Christians versus Jordan Peterson. Horrifyingly embarrassing though for all of them.
I will say Jubilee may have played some funny games with how they brought all of this together, but I think for me and any others who looked up to Jordan Peterson in the past and found a lot of meaning in a lot of his self-help early on are deeply saddened to see him like this. The contrast between this interview and his body language here compared to the famous Kathy Newman interview years ago, I remember him. He was sitting back, hanging out, ready to, deflect or have some witty comeback to whenever Kathy was coming back against him there. Here he's tense, sitting forward, stressed out. It's
don't play games. I'm not. I'm asking you what you think true means.
Like extremely serious, as opposed to I'm thinking back to that Kathy Newman interview where he handled it so well. And
the conspiracy theory now is we have this major resurgence in among the youth towards Christianity. So I just the episode I did with Bill Maher and Club Random came out, and one of the things we talked about a couple times was, I asked him, like, you're an atheist. It's obviously. Why do you think atheism's losing? And he agreed. He's like, it's a good point. Young people are becoming more religious. The conspiracy theory is that Jordan Peterson was brought in as a heel, not Jordan Peterson intentionally, but other people brought him in, as he is not a good representation of Christianity, so that young men will watch this and think Christians are stupid, can't answer basic questions, and this is the clever tactics that we'll see from liberals. They're going to try and get people like Jordan Peterson. They're going to create circumstances where they can laugh in your face. This is my problem with Real Time with Bill Maher. This is my problem with Jubilee. Ben Shapiro came on the show, and some trans person just berated him with a gish gallop for a minute and then got up and left, and they all started hooting and clapping and cheering. The intention is to manipulate young people into thinking that's power. So here you have Jordan Peterson hemming and hawing, failing to answer basic questions, and playing semantic games. So young people are going to see this and be like, wow, Christians are dumb.
As a producer right now, could I chime in and just give my take on that? Because
yeah,
it seemed like they were doing the whole Tim and Eric thing where they would go to like a funny-looking guy to just mog Jordan Peterson there. But also, if you've read Jordan Peterson's book, one of the things he says is, don't lie, or at least try to tell the truth. Or I think it's the other way around. Right. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie. So
but
if he were to say that, then he would be breaking his own rule.
Yeah, but everyone's response to this particular video is that he failed the IQ test. If you did not eat breakfast yesterday, how would you have felt? Well, how can I know that? I ate breakfasts. It's a hypothetical I can't answer. And that everyone's like, bro, the hypothetical is a guy breaks into your house and says, where's your daughter? Do you tell him or not?
I don't know. It's a hypothetical, Tim. I'm not sure.
You can answer.
Stop playing games, Tim.
Or, I think the other issue is that he just answered it poorly. And I can make the argument that, in a situation like this, he doesn't come off as strong by saying, I can't answer that. It's a hypothetical. Or he can say, give me a modern context example. Don't use the history generic one. And then make him frame it in something like a guy breaks into your house, which is a more generic issue. The problem I largely see, though, is the answer is easy. You would lie to save your family members, no question. Everyone would do it.
He didn't want to be pinned down by this guy.
Any of them. And so he would never give any straightforward answers because he was concerned that they were going to trick him or something. So instead of having an honest conversation, he just gives non-answers the whole time.
He's unrecognizable from his previous self now. I feel like I'm watching a totally different guy. I don't know what happened, but it doesn't feel like the same guy who I remember coming up years ago.
Honestly, I think that it does depend on the context, and I think that he's putting himself in places where he shouldn't be. My girlfriend and I just watched his parenting thing that they're doing on Daily Wire. They have for members, he's doing a series on parenting, and all of it was completely reasonable, all the same kind of stuff that you'd expect from Jordan Peterson. He seemed like he was intelligent. Granted, it was a Daily Wire production, so they're not going to make him look like a fool or anything, but the content was good too. The actual things that he was saying about how you deal with this situation with a child and that situation with a child, it was completely reasonable. So I do think that the context that he's in, this is not a place where Jordan Peterson would shine this type of thing. I think that it was the wrong guy to make these arguments. So
when he was doing his big tour out with Dave Rubin opening for him and that sort of thing, I went and saw him at Charlotte Big Theater there, Charlotte, North Carolina. And I didn't know what to expect at that time, going back that far with him. But he was about 98% apolitical. He was 97% irreligious. Had no spin on anything whatsoever. And he took about 15 minutes of awkwardness before he found his sea legs up there, and then he was just brilliant. And the one thing that we saw was all the young men with the books that he had signed. It was just packed out of young men wanting to hear from this guy. That's why this.
Well, I don't blame Jubilee for Peterson's performance.
No.
I do blame them. There are jump cuts in there, notably in the first one about Christianity. The guy says, I was invited here to talk to a Christian. He says, no, you were invited here too, and then it jump cuts. So we don't know what Jordan Peterson said. It sounds to me like Jordan Peterson was arguing as a deist, or some form of deist, and Jubilee went and said, do you want to debate Christians? So I actually agree with Jordan Peterson when he says atheists reject God without understanding it. And it's because I would say 95% of conversations I have with atheists end up just arguing Christianity, to which I go, well, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know why you're arguing. And they'll be like, well, like Jesus, this, and I'll be like, okay, well, I'm not talking about Christianity, so what are you arguing about? Almost every instance where I have a conversation about my belief in the existence of God, it results in them just arguing Scripture. And then I'm like, agreed. Now come back to the issue of God, and they can't help things. So Jordan Peterson, I think, gets that right, but when you're in a room full of people who are anti-Christians, using the word atheist to describe that, it's a really easy attack vector. One of the things he gets asked about is whether he believes, he rejects the god Lono. Was it Lono, I think? The Polynesian god?
Yeah.
And it's a stupid argument, but Jordan Peterson also didn't answer that very well. I don't know anything about it. And then they're saying, you're rejecting, this guy got booted off real quick because it was a stupid argument. But that's the issue, I think, largely with these people. They always base their disbelief in God on, they think God means, I'm not saying literally every atheist, I'm saying there's a tendency among people who identify as atheists. They believe God means man in white robes with a beard flying in the sky. And then when you try and explain something like, with all due respect to Bill Maher, when I asked him if he understood Einsteinian God or Logos, he just chuckled and said, I love how people come up with cute ideas to try and give themselves this thing. And I was like, I'm not saying I believe in Scripture. I don't know that Bill Maher understands the concept of Logos, universal code, or any idea. He largely just views narrative tales as religion. So when he says he's an atheist, he's basically saying, I don't believe the Torah, I don't believe the Bible, I don't believe the Hadith, or whatever, or the Quran. He's saying, I don't believe your version of history. And I'm like, okay, but I don't care about that. I care about the fundamental nature of reality. Most atheists don't question it. I think the issue is, if you were to legitimately question the nature of reality, you'd probably conclude that you're at least agnostic, not atheist, not outright stating there is no God. How about that? Let's go to your chats. So smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. We've got, of course, the uncensored members-only show coming up at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Use promo code TIM10 at Rumble if you want to hang out and watch. We do a few minutes, free for you guys to watch, and then it goes to members only. Before we jump into your chats, though, we got a great sponsor, my friends. It is Lear Capital. My friends, I gotta tell you, gold and silver, I think, is fantastic. I actually have owned gold and silver quite a bit. And, they don't tell me to say this, but I will add, I have copper as well. I have a big box of copper. You ever see those, people ripping copper out of the walls? It's valuable. Metals are valuable. They're stable. I'm a fan. Gold and silver are critical, which is why I've always been a long-time holder. And I was talking to the Lindy Man earlier on the morning show, and he was saying he thought people should buy gold and silver because population collapse is going to result in some kind of economic crises, and then maybe AI picks up the slack. But I'm like, what do we do? He's like, I don't know, gold, silver, and Bitcoin. So, my friends, Trump is trying to make America great again. It's not going to happen overnight. I've always believed in physical gold and silver ownership as a great diversifier, but now it's 100% mandatory because you got to offset the whiplash markets are experiencing right now. It has been pretty wild. So have you guys been watching gold prices? They're not just rising, they're soaring. In 12 months, gold has surged to more than $3,300 an ounce. Goldman Sachs and other experts have predicted, the ones who predicted $3,200 an ounce are saying it could reach $4,500 or more. While the government can print, borrow, and run recurring budget deficits, you can't. Your retirement, your savings, your pension, 401k, and fixed income accounts do not get a bailout. That's why more Americans are acquiring gold and silver to protect their money on their own. Also, I don't know if you guys heard this. Florida passed a bill, I saw this on X earlier, making gold and silver legal tender. I don't know if you guys heard of that. That's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, so big stuff. That's going to happen. So Lear is an education-first company, got no pressure to buy. 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee, over 25 years in the business, almost 30 actually, with over 3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of 5-star reviews, lots of gold companies to choose from, but Lear is who I trust. Take a positive step towards protecting your wealth. My friends at Lear Capital can help you. There's the only company I trust to help me purchase my gold and silver. That's private though, but yeah, we are working on this stuff. Call 800-489-6450. Or go to leartim.com. It's LEARtim.com for your free gold and silver investor kit. Learn how easy it is to own gold in your IRA or delivered to your door. And it's a special offer for my viewers. First-time buyers can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Call 800-489-6450. Once again, that's 800-489-6450 or leartim.com. Shout out. Let's go to your chats, though, my friends. So again, smash that like button, share the show. Follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. We got Shane H. Wilder. He says, so with the COVID vaccine no longer being recommended by RFK Jr. and the new strain coming from China, what's the over-under on the left blaming the admin for people getting sick before the week is out? I'd give it 100%. To be clear, RFK Jr., through the CDC specifically, has removed the COVID vaccine from the recommendation lists for young children and for pregnant women. So I don't know where they're currently recommending for regular, middle-aged individuals or adults. But for kids, they're like, nah. Alpha 2 Omega says, howdy people, can I get prayers for my friend Rupert? I found out he was diagnosed with stage 4 skin cancer. You might not know him, but he is one of the best people I know. Sad to hear it, man. Shout outs to your friend Rupert. Hopefully it works out better. Works out well. Sorry to hear. Omega Resetsu says, stop helping your opposition while they are making mistakes. Sun Tzu weeps at your exposition, Tim. Which one are you referring to? I don't know what that is. No idea.
Democrats should have to pay you for that advice. So I don't know what you said. Probably in the first segment. I also gave some advice, but
if there's no amount of money they could pay me to give them the strategy they need. To be fair, however, maybe not. Like if they came to me and said, Tim, we will pay you $5 million to tell us what to do to win back young men, I'd say yes. You know why? I'd say drop the weird trans stuff, secure the border, stop selling out our jobs to China. Look at what Trump is saying. Those are the policies that resonate with young men. Thank you. I'll take my money now.
I think it's that they can't affect the advice that you give them. So you wouldn't just say drop the trans stuff. You'd say stop making it a purity test. Welcome people who might be anti-trans into the party, but they won't be able to do that because of their purity test. So no matter what advice, they're in a catch-22. They can't take our advice. That's a death spiral.
That's the point. Yeah. That's why it's like if they offered me the money to give them advice, I'd say sure, because they can't take it. They want these policies. The issue is those policies are toxic. People don't like them in general. So when they're like, how do we win young men over? Stop pushing policies that freak people out. But those are the policies we want. They're basically saying, how do we convince young men to be okay with cutting off children's genitals? And it's like, you're not going to be able to. It's just not going to happen.
How do you convince young men to allow us to scapegoat them is really what they need.
Right. Yep, they're not happy with that. So if the Democrats today just came out, I'm talking like Pelosi, Schumer, AOC, and they said woke is broke, it's disgusting, we no longer want to be involved in it. It was a mistake to change in the first place. I'd clap. I'd say great. Then if like some dude emerged, an unknown who was a Democrat, and he was like, woke is dumb, it's bad. The Democrats should protect working class individuals. We should rework these free trade deals so that we can bring manufacturing back to the United States and stop getting ripped off by China. I'd be like, sounds like Trump. But it's crazy. Their policies are just nonsense.
If the Democrats followed our advice, they wouldn't be Democrats anymore. So.
Exactly. They'd all just.
That's what it comes down to.
Yep. The Emperor's Champion says the Sam thing Democrats are trying reminds me of when SpongeBob tried to get into the tough guy bar but fails and has to go to the Weenie Hut.
Weenie Hut Juniors.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, throwback.
Weenie Hut Juniors. JB Rocky says, or JB Rocky says, Homer is an astronaut like Katy Perry. Yep. The point is, it's actually pretty funny in The Simpsons and in Family Guy. They get all like Homer, like this. You know what The Simpsons is? It's a show about a middle-aged guy who gets random odd jobs. That's what it is. I mean, these days I have no idea what the show's about. They're on season 35, and it's like Abe Simpson's gay now or something.
I didn't know they still had the show going.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like, there was an episode where Abe was like making out with a guy.
I don't even know what character Abe is.
Grandpa Simpson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Made him gay.
They made an episode, I think, where Bart gets mad that they gender swapped Itchy and Scratchy and made them girls.
Well, if you run that long, you just need to start including gay people.
Well, they're just like, let's just base episodes off of stuff that's happening, I guess. Yeah. Homer was originally 37, I think, when the show first started. But there's an episode where Homer lists all of his jobs, and then you're like, it really is just a show about a guy who gets odd jobs. But the astronaut was one of them. And I love the one of the best. Okay, so remember when Douglas Murray went on Rogan with Dave Smith, and he was like, Dave, when was the last time you've been to the crossings? And Dave's like, I've never gone. He goes, really? You've never been? That was the perfect meme moment because in The Simpsons, there's the meme where Grimy, as Homer liked to call them, goes to his house and he's like, you've been to outer space. And Homer goes, yes. You've never been? Yeah, that reminds me of the Douglas Murray thing. All right, what do we got? Let's see. Cos Jayer says, Tim, have you tried talking with Tech Deck, the fingerboard you play with for your board design? Excuse me. So first of all, we don't use Tech Decks. These are fingerboards. And someone actually made this for us. This is the Brewster Tim Pool board from Boonies HQ on a fingerboard, and it's one of the best fingerboards I've ever used. And I really am quite good, I suppose. That's what you're doing when you're fidgeting as a kid. You know, you got a little skateboard in your desk and you're doing flips with it and stuff. But yeah, somebody made a bunch of the Boonies boards as fingerboards for us. I should figure out who did it. I'm sure the Boonies crew was like, Tim, come on, how do you know who did it?
There's not only a full skate park here, but there's also a full mini skate park here for the finger.
We actually have someone building a miniature version of the full park. Yeah, I think it'll be here. And we're gonna put it upstairs, and you're gonna have a fingerboard version of the full skate park.
Very nice.
Yep. Of course. I don't know if the mini ramps can be included. All right, what do we have here? Mr. Laxative, is that what that says? Have you heard that Alberta is attempting to separate from Canada, and Trump has offered to allow them to be covered by the Golden Dome for free if they become the 51st state? Yeah, Alberta is a separatist movement, I believe. I don't know.
Quebec did years ago. They almost got out. I mean, it was a fraction of a percentage that they managed to get enough vote to stay within the Canadian Union, as they call it that. But they were almost out.
That's another Trojan horse for American annexation of Canada. If Quebec splits apart, then maybe some other provinces might get some ideas. That's our opportunity to show.
There you go.
Metaphorically.
Let's see what we have here.
Guys, Canadian bacon. You don't get the reference.
John Nakos says, Hi Tim, long-time listener, first-time contributor. I need help. My civil rights were violated at 500 Gold Street, the courthouse in, say, ALB, New Mexico, Albuquerque. The guard grabbed me, and when I defended myself, I went to jail. Whoa. I don't know what to do, man. Need a lawyer.
Yeah, and I mean, without knowing more, it's tough to say that, you know, what exactly do you mean by defended yourself? The security guard, you know, violated your rights. I mean, it's not saying you're lying, but, you know, it's tough to make a call off a super chat.
Rothflow1804 says, confirmed, Jordan Peterson wouldn't save the Jews in Nazi Germany. He's a Nazi. Halo was raised by a Nazi. To be fair, though, Jordan Peterson's response was essentially that. He could have just said to him, no, I wouldn't lie. And they would have been like, if you have Jews hiding in your attic, you wouldn't lie to say them. No, I wouldn't.
Well, I think he said, I wouldn't allow myself to get into that position, because if you got into that position, then you've already sinned so many times. And he was doing mental gymnastics, but yeah.
I think he could have phrased it like, well, I understand the hypothetical you're giving me, but I would never allow Jews to hide in my attic.
Tim, would you allow Jews to hide in your attic?
Yes.
Just not.
Would you lie?
There's only one.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, would you? That's.
I'm not a Christian.
Right. But I mean, I am, and I would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't understand why Jordan Peterson wouldn't just answer the question. It's not like the fact that we make sacrifices or sin means that Christianity is wrong. He didn't want to let them have any logical standing.
He was being precise in speech.
Sure. What, are you a Christian? Maybe. Well, are you or not? I don't have bloody well have to tell you. It's like, well, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, bro. If you're not, just say so and we'll have a different discussion. That's what's annoying.
I wanted to say I appreciate you guys at a rising time, during a rising time of anti-Semitism. It's heartwarming to know that you guys were talking to me, like, if need be.
Anytime I said I would.
You know, there's a
Well, you need to get him off your trail, Phil. Thank you.
There's a funny story I read. I don't know where the story comes from. Maybe it's like a famous thing or something. But someone was like, a teacher said to his students, "How many of you would have been an abolitionist in the Civil War?" And they all raised their hands. And he was like, "So okay, you all raised your hands. Name something today that you've done that would get you fired from your job that is considered widely offensive and goes against the social order." And none of them had anything to say. And he was like, "This is the thing. Everybody today says, I'd be against slavery, but back then, most people did not care at all. And slavery was a normal thing everywhere. And it was just, I think the issue is that people, when they think of slavery, they think of like Kunta Kinte or whatever. They think of people being whipped in a field. And they don't understand that a lot of slavery was like a cobbler. There's like a black man who works at a shoe store and he has no rights. He can't vote. He can't leave. He can't do anything. If he tries to go and live his own life, they'll chase him down. Slavery wasn't all just working on farms. There were lots of urban, there were slaves that worked in houses. Slavery was just individuals had no freedom, no rights, and it was from bad to worse. But because everybody assumes it was all the epitome of the most vile evil, they'd say, of course I'm against it. And then what would happen is they'd walk into a shoe store and see a guy making shoes, and they wouldn't think twice. They wouldn't be like, I'll help you escape. They'd be like, thanks for the shoes, mister.
Slavery was such a part of the human condition for thousands of years.
It still is.
It still is, of course. There's more now today than even back in the founding of this country. But when our black slaves became free in this country, they became some of the highest percentage of slave owners themselves. Follow-up, because once they were freed and they acquired land and then they acquired property, part of that property were other human beings. I know because you can actually go, you can look this up and you can see state by state, because I was horrified that the state that I was born and bred in, Louisiana, actually had the highest percentage of black slave-owning blacks, or the highest percentage of black who owned slaves post their emancipations.
And I believe that was also the case with Liberia, I believe it was, where former slaves were sent them back to Africa. They ended up enslaving and copying the plantations that they were familiar with.
And they have a similar constitution, I believe, in the United States, but they
just didn't do it as good as we did.
Well, you can't take a bunch of slaves, people who couldn't read or write or understand the Constitution that they were given, dump them in a faraway land and say best of luck, and then expect a country to emerge. So let's read this. We got Lurch 685 says, "It's about extricating Israeli influence on our politics. You can't be this dumb." Oh, we found an Israel first guy. He had to do the math for you. Top 10 countries in terms of in terms of spending, overt spending, known spending to influence our political system. From 2016 through 2024, let's play a game. What country is the #1 spender in the United States?
Do you guys want to guess first?
Which country?
What is the top spender? And this is overt legal money for influencing U.S. political systems. The #1 country that spends the most money.
China.
I'd go to China in a heartbeat.
I'd say China.
Ding, ding, ding! You are all correct. China spent $456.9 million through 2016 to 2024. Let's try again. Number 2, the country that spent the second most money at this time period.
So I'm gonna go non-traditional guess. I want to say it's maybe an East Asian company, maybe Japan.
You're looking at the monitor.
No, I swear, no. Is it up? No, Japan. No. I'm familiar with these numbers because I've heard the argument a lot of times.
Japan spent $410 million over this time period. Let's go to number 3. The country that spent the third most amount of money influencing U.S. politics. Now again, overtly, through lobbying campaigns, ad spending, PACs, etc.
UAE.
Now I think this one's Qatar.
I say United Arab Emirates.
Ukraine. What? Can you give me one except hot girls? No, I'm being dead serious.
Don't ever downplay that. Let's just be clear on that.
But I'm just saying.
But everything you said was correct. You know, as far as if we want to play Monday morning quarterback of why we got here, that's great. You're right. But how the hell does that help us end the war? It could have been prevented. Sure, if Trump was the president, none of this would have happened. The red line, sure. But that doesn't help us end the war now. And you are right. Like, Ukraine, up until now, was not an ally of the United States. They're not a member of NATO. You are right about that. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's never forget that. We're learning in real time that Russia, as much as certain people want to twist it, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, how they want to be sycophants to Putin's Russia, they are not our ally. The Cold War is still not over, and Putin is a legacy of the Cold War, and we're learning in real time how this guy wants to operate. That's my opinion.
All right, let's go to the next story here, guys. Next story I want to go to is a story, two stories having to do with Tim Cook. So one of them is having to do with tariffs. The other one is about him and the governor of Texas. Two different things, but both very, very interesting. I'll start off with the first one. Rob, I don't know if we have a clip on this one or not.
We do.
Okay, so let's go through the first one. So Trump-Apple relationship devolves with threats. This is the Hill. President Trump threatened a 25% tariff on Apple products if the company does not ship more manufacturers to the U.S., stating, I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones that will be sold in the U.S. will be manufactured and built in the U.S. as well, and later told reporters the iPhone, if they're going to sell it in America, I want it to be built in the U.S. This marks a shift from the cordial relationship during Trump's first term, when Apple secured tariffs exemption, as Cook now faces pressure despite a $500 billion U.S. investment pledge, including a new Texas factory. The tariff threat, part of Trump's broader push to reshore manufacturing, follows Apple's supplier Foxconn $1.5 billion investment in India, prompting Trump to say, I said to him, Tim, you are my friend. I don't want you to build in India. Rob, is this the clip?
Yes.
Go for it, Rob.
Mr. President, on Apple, you said this morning that if they don't make their iPhones in the U.S., you're going to hit them with a 25% tariff. Right. Do you have the power to tariff one single company? And why would you want to put an American company in that way?
It would be more. It would be also Samsung and anybody that makes that product. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. So anybody that makes that product, and that'll start on, I guess, the end of June. It'll come out. I think we have that appropriately done by the end of June. So if they make that product, now, again, when they build their plant here, there's no tariff. So they're going to be building plants here. But I had an understanding with Tim that he wouldn't be doing this. He said he's going to India to build plants. I said, that's okay to go to India, but you're not going to sell into here without tariffs. And that's the way it is, yeah.
Tom, your thoughts?
So, basically, it goes back to this is the China chess game. Number one, he loves the fact that India is flanking China with trade deals. He loves that. And he loves it that Tim Cook and Apple have been moving for several years in this direction. That's a good thing. The thing that President Trump is also pointing out is like, look, I want you to onshore or nearshore your manufacturing. And even if you have automated manufacturing, and there's a few people that work there, those are jobs working there, and it's also a whole bunch of jobs to build those buildings and those factories. And that's what Trump wants. Trump wants jobs in the U.S., he wants U.S. economy to get the benefit first. So he doesn't mind the flanking, but he doesn't want Apple to stop there. There's your headline. I want you to move out of China. I just don't want you to merely go next door to India and not bring any benefits to American shore. That's what the discussion is about. And I support the president. I think he's absolutely right.
What percentage does he have to move to the States for him to be happy with it? Because he didn't say 100%, right? He says a portion. What is a portion? Do you think they've had that specific conversation to say, I need 20% to be made here?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a percent or it's like, look, take me through your products that that you could make here without crushing the cost for the consumer. What could you do? Could you do earpods here? What could you be making here onshore so that there'd be a benefit to the American consumer in terms of jobs, benefit to the American economy, and you're not going to crush the price. I think that's the conversation. Trump does deals. So I think that's the discussion with Tim. Tim, come on. You know, what can you put on shore? What can you do that won't crush your economics and also make it hard for the consumer? Because he even said when the reporter followed up, well, what about Samsung? No, it'll apply to all of them. Otherwise, that wouldn't be fair. You heard him say that? So he's saying openly there, hey, Tim, I'm not going to disadvantage you. I'm going to press the button for everybody. I think it's a discussion of what can be brought on. But if I had to throw a dart at the wall, you know, I think he's going to look at it and say, okay, what percent of your devices are sold to Americans? And I think he's going to want to put them on a path toward that number. Adam, your thoughts?
So, get ready for your iPhone to cost more money, my American friends. You ever gone to the mall? You ever seen at the Apple store just people lining up for hours, if not days, for the latest iPhone product? You seen this ever?
Of course.
So I see it all the time. I'm still, I think, operating on an iPhone 14. I don't even know what version we're on these days. But two things are going to happen. First, let's get this out of China into India. I totally understand why Trump wants it made in the USA. But understand that as an American, when you see made in the USA, you know what's going to happen next? Get ready to pay a premium. Because if iPhones cost $1,000 and you're talking 25% tariffs, your iPhone is now going to cost $1,250. And the American consumer is going to pay the price for being made in America. Now, if you love America, get ready to pay a little bit more. And that's fine. But most Americans are paycheck to paycheck. Most Americans feel they deserve the latest, the greatest, the best. But you're going to have to pay a little bit more for that.
Well, guess what, Adam, and I'm happy that you have the 14, because guess what? If we want to make America great again, and we do want to bring jobs back here, Tommy, guess what? If you have the 14, you don't need the 17 or the 18. This is a freaking batten down the hatches type of moment, and I love that attitude. I'm saying I love that point of view. It's like we want the next. Like I hate this phone now, and it's almost as if remember when Apple got in trouble, Pat? They were sending that thing that made the phone and the battery die quicker. They got in trouble for that shit because they want you to buy the new phone. You know what I mean? You don't need the brand new phone every single year. Who the hell do you think you are? If you can't afford it, calm your ass down, let America adjust, and then we move on from there. That's my attitude.
They're talking about 60 million new phones. If they bring and build a fully manufactured phone in America, it's roughly $3,500. It's $3,500.
If you want to buy the brand new one.
Fully manufactured iPhone built in America is $3,500. So to me, if that comes here, companies are making more profits. You're creating more jobs. Salaries are going up. No problem.
You can afford it.
But if it's not, it's a big price. So what happens then? Then Apple sits on a lot of phones that are not moving. Apple knows if they go to India, then Apple's going to do whatever they can to get a new president to come in, because a new president hopefully is going to be in a different way with phones being made. Who knows what's going to happen? So there is the pressures on free enterprise when you see things like this happen. A story came out about the fact that shipping, I don't know what page that shipping story is on, Rob, but there's a story about shipping, that prices for shipping, say that again?
Page 7.
Page 7, yeah. There's a story about, and has nothing to do with the phones. I'll come back to it. Shipping costs set to double as companies rush to import goods before China-U.S. trade ends. So for me, I would love for those things to be built here, but you just have to know the prices are going to go up. So major shipping carriers like Hapag-Lloyd plan to raise their rates for a 40-foot container from China to West Coast to $6,500, Vinny, from $3,500. These containers used to only cost you $3,500. Now it's $6,500. And East Coast ports to $7,500 instead of $4,500. For West Coast, it's an 80%, 90% increase. For East Coast, it's roughly 70% increase. That's a massive increase of what they're doing. That's not a joke. As of June 1st, as companies rush to import goods before May 12th, China's U.S. trade truce expires, with Jay Foreman of Basic Fund stating, the increase will squeeze profit margins and it will result in higher prices for consumers. Another hike to $8,500 container is expected to be by June 15, according to Journal of Commerce. So gradually they're raising the rates, going a little bit higher, And this leads me to, Rob, if you can go to my the story with the money market. There's a tweet I put up there from Shamad, right there. If you can show this, watch this. So bar chart, Tom, if you take a look at this, a staggering $7.24 trillion is now sitting in money markets. Can you just click on the this is an all-time high. Vinny, you know what this is? You know what a money market is? So money market is kind of like, imagine you have a checking account. You make no interest on it. Then say you got a saving account. Let's say you make 0.5% on it. Then let's say you got a CD today. I don't know what a CD pays today, Rob. If you can pull it up. What does a CD pay today at a bank? Let's say it's 2%.
1 year, 2 year, 5 year, Rob.
Whatever the number is, it tells you. Say it's anywhere between 1 to 3%. I'm just making up numbers right now.
4.50?
Oh, the best CDs are paying 4.50, 4%. Okay, great. A 6 month is paying 3.85. They got a 4%. So a money market today, what is the rate of return in the best money market account? You can literally put your money in a money market today, no matter what the stock market does. No matter what the stock market does. Your money market, as of today, at any bank you choose, many of them, Discover Bank, 3.5%, all the way up to 4.4%, okay? Bank rate even tells you it's between 4 to 4.5%. So let's just say a person's got $1 million. Let's say $10 million. You put $10 million in a money market, what are you making per year?
4%?
4%, 4.5%. What's 4.5% on 10 million?
No,
$450,000 per year.
I was going to say it.
If a person's making $450,000 a year, you know what the money market was 4 years ago? Nothing. What was money market rates? Money market rates
below
in 2019.
Below a percent?
Let me just find out what it was in 2019.
It was nothing. It was 0.25. Nothing.
In
Barely
2019,
anything.
it was
0.01.
The point is, it's gone up. It's rarely this high. So when you're seeing that much, okay, Rob, go back to the money market accounts where it's at. Look at this here. We have $7.2 trillion. 7.2 is it trillion? I think it is trillion. $7.2 trillion right now, Vinny. That's sitting in money market. That's cash.
That's a lot of money.
Do you know what that sign is of? Because the president wants that money to be where? If I believe in the future of S&P 500, where would that money be? In the stock market. If it's in the stock market, that means I'm optimistic.
Yeah.
If it's in the money market, I'm saying, dude, I don't know what's going to happen to the
make
stock.
sure my money's chilling.
I'm just going to be chilling. So even with all the instability that's going on, if that my prediction in the next 6 to 18 months, that's going to drop to 5.5 trillion to 6.2 trillion, because I think people are going to go to the market. You see how that looks like from 2008? How all of a sudden it dropped. No, look at the drop. What is the drop? The drop is the other 2008. 2008. Go a little bit higher. That's 5. Right there. You see 8. Boom, all of a sudden it drops, which means people are going into the market, right? I'm going to put some money in the market, and I'm going to go, and then boom, it spikes up again. I'm nervous. So we haven't seen a drop-off since 2018, 2019 in the market. We haven't seen it. So there's a concern here what that could look like. Tom, your thoughts on this chart?
Well, this is a great chart, Pat. There's 2 spikes. You see the spike we have right now, which is like the tariff spike. And then you have the spike, then there's a little flatness there where it's like a little jiggly, and then you see that spike that's there, Vinny, 2020, 2021, see that big spike right there? You know what that was? COVID. Oh my God, what's happening? I'm scared, and I pull out of the market, and I put my money in a money market. And then we come out of COVID, it levels for a bit, now here come the tariffs. Oh my God, I'm scared, what do? I pull out, I put my money in the money market. But take a look at what's happening. The S&P is back to 58.50. We had a big bounce yesterday because Trump said, well, you know what, maybe I'll wait another 30 days, 60 days, 90 days before full impact of tariffs. The market loved that. So here we are, 5,900 again. By the way, 6150 is basically the all-time high since November 4th.
What do you think about 7.2 trillion in money market?
Here's what I think. The minute those things feel confident and they go out and start demanding stock, the indexes are going to go up. But what it says is that people are uncertain and a little bit scared at the moment. That's what it shows. It shows uncertainty and fear. And the best thing when you flee to things like gold and cash when interest rates are good, with interest rates being the key there.
Let me go to the next story here. Tim Cook called Texas governor to stop online child safety legislation. Whoa. Why would Tim Cook call to stop online child safety legislation? This is a Wall Street Journal story. Apple CEO Tim Cook personally called Texas Governor Abbott to request changes or a veto of a child safety bill requiring app stores to verify users' ages with an Apple spokesman stating if enacted, Apple marketplaces will be required to collect and keep sensitive personal identity information for every Texan who wants to download an app, even if it's an app that simply provides weather updates or sports scores. The bill passed with veto-proof majorities would make Texas the largest state to adopt such an App Store accountability law, potentially increasing costs for Apple and Google. The Texas legislation mandates that App Stores verify device owners' ages, linking minors' accounts to parents for an app approval, which supporter Senator Angela Paxton said help parents understand what their children are really interacting with and give them tools to help them make a good parenting decision. Tom, your thoughts on this?
Well, Tim Cook's had a busy week. He's working hard. He's got things going on. But there's some things in here that America needs to think about. Think about this. If you want to operate a liquor store in the state of Texas, actually in the state of anywhere, right? Vinny, you want to operate a liquor store. You have to check IDs, everybody in there, right? And you have to get yourself a liquor license,
You have
right?
to have an accent like I 1%.
No.
Okay.
Don't do that.
All right, I'll stay. Just go. I want to get in the chair.
Right? But you want to do it. You want to. You get yourself a license in some state, and you operate a liquor store, and you have to check IDs for everyone that doesn't look 30, and you have those stickers that are at the register. If you don't look 30, we're going to card you. Don't get pissed off. Yeah. Okay, and guess what? When you swipe their credit card, you're keeping sensitive information. You have their name, you've got date of birth, you've got all kinds of things, and you've got a credit card record. So now, all they're saying is, hey, Apple, if you want to operate in the state of Texas, and when kids are downloading apps like games where they can actually they want to buy additional levels and things in the games, or the games are things like Grand Theft Auto, they're saying, hey, guess what? You got to link the kid's account to your account, because parents are also asking, wait a minute, I want to know what's on Instagram and Facebook. I know that certain things at Grand Theft Auto are going to get rated higher, and I have to allow my kid, unless they get around me, to get that app. And Tim Cook's being told, says, listen, you want to operate a gun store, you want to operate a liquor store, you want to operate a supermarket that sells beer, you got to check IDs. You have to do like this. Guess what? We're asking you to check, and we're asking you to link, because there's another thing hiding, an iceberg below the surface that Apple doesn't want to talk about and Meta doesn't want to talk about. And the fact is, all these statistics on kids and the distraction and what's happening in school when they're on social media during class, what's happening to the minds and young girls. We don't need to do it now, but there's a ton of data out on young girls that were suffering depression, hurting themselves, or doing things online they shouldn't be, directly attributed to social media and social media platforms that were actively out there trying to exploit them. And so now Texas has said, we've had enough. Apple, you are the store. And if you want to sell these things in your store to Texans, you got to check. This is what we want you to do. And they say, well, it's going to cost us a lot of money. It says, okay, well, let me check. Checking my notes. Yeah, you're the largest, most valuable company in the world. I think you got some walking around money that you can handle putting these things in place and do development. You're a software developer.
Adam,
develop things to make it easier.
Adam, your thoughts?
Well, I want to kick this back to you, BBD, because this seems like something that parents need to be fully aware of, whether they're in Texas or not. This past weekend, I was at one of my best friend's son's bar mitzvah, 13 years old. I took my nephew Rory, who's 12. So all my friends, their kids are 10, 11, 12, 13 in this age bracket, and they all freaking have phones. And I remember being at quinceañeras and birthdays and bar mitzvahs, 100 years ago when I was that age, and you were so fully in the moment and so fully present, and now everyone's on a phone. So what I want to understand is, as a parent, how do you navigate stuff like that these days? Because for me, it's very weird seeing kids, 13 years old, 12 years old, just face down in their phone, not living their life. I know you've been very clear about how you handle this, but what's your advice on the general parenting with phones out there?
Well, I mean, look, what Apple is trying to do, we had Layla Mickelwait on, and Pornhub owner, Rob, if you remember when we had the Pornhub owner on, And I'm asking them saying, so why aren't you just checking IDs for people that go on Pornhub? No, we can't do that. Why? What, is it because 90% of traffic would drop because nobody wants their IDs to be checked? Like imagine you're going on a porn website. Okay, post your picture of your ID. Hell no.
Yeah, I know
You
who
know
you
what
are.
I'm saying? I don't
watch.
No, you don't want to. The person's going to be
course
like,
not.
I don't want to be documented.
Hell no.
I said, well, you would lose 90 to 95% of your traffic. No, we wouldn't. I guarantee you would. So Layla Mickleway pursues this and goes as far as doing this. And I think she was one of the ones that, caused this Senate Bill 2420 to be taking place at governor's signature, aiming to require app stores to providers like Apple and Google to verify users. This is, let me tell you, this is massive for a lot of people in the porn industry, that if this legislation goes through in Texas, guess who does it next? All the other red states. They're going to say, we want the same exact thing. When it comes down to phones, Dylan's over here. So as a kid, your kids are going to ask you for the phone for a few different reasons. Let's go through them. One of them is what? Is video games. Okay? What's the other thing? Is listening to music. What's the other thing? Texting their friends. So remember, you have three things. Well, they can't buy if they don't have your credit card. So if you don't
Amazon.
yeah, but if you don't give them a logged-in account that they can't log in and just go buy stuff, so you got what? You got texting, you got music, you got video games.
Yes.
Or YouTube if they're watching videos and they're watching movies and stuff like that, Netflix, right? Because a parent, if you want them to, like we're on a flight here, and on the flight, the kids watch movies in the, on the
seat.
You can see it. So that at least gives you that. Hey, I want to listen to some music. You hand the phone to him. He's listening to music, but he's listening to music and he's texting, or she's texting. So like, okay, now I'm texting. Do you want that level of accessibility at that young age to be texting somebody nonstop? I don't. So now, phones and iPads, parents have to be very much, because kids can tell you, I just want to listen to some music, but they're really texting somebody and not playing video games. I'm definitely not, but yesterday we went to dinner, and we had a few people that are not accustomed to being with dinner with us, and the phone was sitting on the table, and it's driving me nuts the entire time. You know why? Because my kids are not going to come and say, well, if they can have a phone on the table, why do you? No. I'm like, no, everybody. So, we go to summertime, we go vacation together, or Christmas, or whatever we do, what happens? All phones are off the table. Tom, Vinny, we literally grab our phones. I know this sounds weird, and we fully put it on a different table. And we don't even look at the phone.
Great idea.
For 2 hours. And what does it make us do? We're talking.
Looking at each other.
We're talking conversation. I think we need to go more and more in that direction. But this is to the average person that's reading the story. They're like, I don't even know why they're covering the story. To the average person, trust me, it may not be a big deal to you. But to somebody that's in business that knows what's about to happen with Apple, there is a reason why Tim Cook picked up the call and called the governor, not saying one of his C-suite executives to call. This could be massive for Apple and very expensive across the board. They do not want this. Let me get to the next story here. All right, so the only reason I'm bringing this up is because how a small little story elevated into this crazy story that we got here today. So, Caitlin Clark is playing a game. And there's this issue with her and Angel Reese. There's this, Caitlin Clark pushes one of the teammates of Angel Reese pushes one of the teammates of Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark fouls Angel Reese. Angel Reese does one of these LeBron flops and falls on the ground. I mean, she learned it from LeBron. Falls to the ground. And the next thing you know, DeMarcus like, oh my God, she's protected. Oh, it's all because she's white and all this other stuff. And then Angel Reese comes out and she's saying all these things. And then Jamil Hill comes out. Rob, I don't know if you have this clip or not. Jamil Hill comes out and says Angel Reese at the end of her career is going to end up being, calls Angel Reese end of career will be known as Michael Jordan. All right, so for some of you guys that are watching this. Then, have you seen this thing? So Jamil Hill, Rob, if you can find this thing, she says Angel Reese will end up being Michael Jordan in the end of her career. All right, we'll find this. Yes, I just typed it up, asked the question. Yes, Jamil Hill has publicly expressed her belief in Angel Reese has the potential to become the Michael Jordan of WNBA in a recent statement Hill placed ahead of Caitlin Clark, suggesting that Reese could be viewed as the league's defining superstar like a Michael Jordan. Is that the one, Rob? If you can... yeah, okay. Anyway, so then, outside of that, RG3 comes out and says, man, Caitlin Clark is a superstar and she's, bigger than life and all this stuff. Ryan Clark, out of nowhere, who's a commentator, out of nowhere comes out and he says, well, what does RG3 know anything about this? RG3, who was a former quarterback, a great rookie quarterback.
Sick. Washington.
Washington, yeah.
Went to Marshall.
Went to Marshall. He says, what would RG3 know? Who's a black man, by the way. He says, what would RG3 know about this? He's married to a white woman.
So
And they're like,
stupid.
wait, what did you say? Ryan Clark says RG3 is married to a white woman. What would he know about all this stuff that's taking place?
He actually said those words.
Are you kidding me?
I swear to you, I haven't heard that.
So, okay, Rob, can
what a crappy
can
thing
you,
to say.
Can you find this clip where Ryan Clark says, how would he know he's married to a white girl? Can you? Is that the clip, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Okay, play this clip. Watch this, Vinny.
We moved in to being able to read the expressions of a person
Lower
and know
audio a
their
little bit
intent,
because there's
know
a
their
little static.
character, know their perspective. But he does understand hate because I think he also understands the hate of self. When you look at the play, which is all we can speak to as professionals, all we can speak to as analysts, Angel Reese pushed one of her teammates. Caitlin Clark had a hard foul, which is part of basketball. I feel like it was assessed correctly. And Angel Reese's reaction is the sort of reaction you get in a situation when you feel like you took an intentionally hard
Rob,
foul.
is this the one
That's
where he
competitive.
says
That's rivalry.
RG3
That's not
is
hate.
married to a
And so
white-
now, though, when RG3
Yes.
jumps on to the hate train or to the angry train, it now follows along with what we saw from Keith Olbermann, what we saw from Dave Portnoy, as they poured on to Angel Reese to make her the villain in Caitlin Clark's heroic or hero story. The one thing we know about RG3 is he's not having conversation at his home about what black women have to endure in this country, about what young black women and athletes like Angel Reese have had to deal with being on the opposite side of Caitlin Clark's rise and ascension into stardom. Now, when you look at it, I think Asia Wilson is the face of the league.
Angel
Wilson.
Who's the face of the league?
He said Angel Reese.
Who did he say is the face of the league?
Asia Wilson.
Okay, you can pause that. Yeah. RG3 responds back. RG3 responds back and says, what is that all about? To Ryan Clark's credit, he apologizes about this. Then Brittany Griner is playing a game, and this is what Brittany Griner calls. I was not going to comment on any of this stuff until this took place. Watch what she says. The entire internet has reacted to this. Here's Brittany Griner. They're playing against the Indiana Fever, and look what she's saying. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, the ticky-tack fouls that we were talking about earlier today.
That pretty much sounds like trash effing white girl.
Yeah.
I mean, listen to Jan.
So the whole market reacts to this with Brittany Griner, right? And then the other quote, Rob, then I'm going to wrap this up and then I'm going to go to Adam. Put the quote of Brittany Griner, what she said about the NBA. This is so funny how all this stuff works out, right? She says, this is from Brittany. Every time we play her, there's this commotion, like this loud rumbling from the stand. Turns out it's people, thousands of them, just sitting there, watching on purpose. It's very disruptive. It's called a freaking game that they pay you money to play. Don't play the game. It's very disruptive. It continues. Brittany Griner voiced frustration in a recent interview, claiming that Caitlin Clark is ruining what used to make the WNBA great. Wait for this.
Empty stands?
Tom, let me just.
God, you're so mad.
WNBA games used to be a chill, quiet place. You could bring your laptop and relax, maybe even get a little work done. But now, it's like there's a large gathering of people watching us from the stands. Some of them are yelling crazy shit about what they're seeing, putting unfair pressure on us to score, like we're there for their entertainment, and that's pretty gross. Are you?
I act like this is
Okay,
not
Rob,
like
can
you're
you
joking.
verify that this is what she said on the mom and pop WNBA model? That she's sick of the and then she says the whole thing is toxic. I saw a guy with his daughter in the crowd, both of them yelling, couldn't hear what they were saying exactly, but it was either about my performance or some light racism. Definitely one of the two. Give me a flipping break.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
to that?
first of all,
first of all, I mean, and Adam, I know, Adam, you definitely have something to say, but, and I know Adam, I'm going to piggyback off of Adam because Adam's been saying this for a while, that this is why the WNBA is never, ever, ever going to work and never make money. And this is exactly what Caitlin Clark gets for bending the knee. You guys remember when she said, when we lost all respect for her, when she said, I want to say I've earned every single thing. But as a white person, there is privilege. And the more we can elevate black women, this is going to be a beautiful thing. That's when it was all over. And Angel Reese and Brittany Griner, they walk around like the league owes them something. Even Ryan Clark's attitude as if, bro, where's the victimhood? These are freaking millionaires. Like, what are you talking about? It's attitude, it's no humility, just entitlement, and that's not confidence, it's arrogance with receipts, okay? If you want fans, if you want your league to grow, act like a professional, okay? The league already started underwater, and instead of fixing it, they're just poking more holes in the boat. And think about it, Brittany Griner talking all that trash. We traded the merchant of death for your ass, and you're out there talking shit and saying racist shit on the freaking sideline, and it's disgusting. Okay, that's why nobody watches it, and
No, they're watching it. No, the point is, Vinny, if Caitlin Clark goes and is playing, they're watching it. Guess what was just announced yesterday?
What?
Caitlin Clark's
She's injured.
She'll be out for 2 weeks.
Good.
Let's see what happens to viewership.
Good.
Let's see what happens to viewership.
But do you think, and I don't know, but do you think Caitlin Clark on her own is going to save this thing? There's no way, especially with what she said and how they're all going to eat her alive, because she's a white girl in the league with predominantly black women, and the fact that, by the way, how can you say I'm sitting there and people are yelling, thousands of people, it's distracting. You're playing basketball in an arena. It doesn't make sense, Tom. They're doomed. They're doomed, and good for them. Adam, how much money did they lose a year?
All of it.
How much? How much?
I mean, it's not even just a year.
Every year.
The tens of millions of dollars every year.
You're like the Federal Reserve.
Adam, what are your thoughts on this?
So I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do and just trash the WNBA and tell you how horrible of a league it is and what a zombie company it is and how it is just completely toxic feminism with a little bit of racism and completely losing money. I'm not just going to do that, PBD.
I'm glad you didn't even mention it.
Thanks, Adam.
Exactly. I'm also going to tell you that the only reason that we're talking about the WNBA is two reasons. Number one, you know that summer's here, and the NBA, the NHL, football season is pretty much either ending or coming to an or beginning, because all we have left is Tom's favorite sport, Major League Baseball, or WNBA. And this is the reason they played in the summer, because there's nothing else going on. So you know that the WNBA is coming in with that. Number two, we started this conversation with Angel Reese is going to be the second coming of who?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan? Stop it. Okay? Kobe's not Michael Jordan. LeBron's not Michael Jordan. Harold Miner back in the day was never Michael Jordan. Now?
The left-handed Michael Jordan.
Exactly. So now some 6'4", maybe lesbian or not, is the new Michael Jordan. Stop it.
Okay, let
the
me do
whole
this.
reason we're talking about the WNBA is because of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Angel Reese, at best, is the next Karl Anthony Towns. Shout out to the Knicks. But I will say one last thing. Sports, no matter what,
There's no way she's Karl
is
Anthony
still
Towns.
the last place that DEI does not exist.
There's no way she's Karl Anthony
Still
Towns.
America.
Do you know why there's no way she's Karl Anthony Towns? Karl Anthony Towns shoots 40% from three, and he scored 20 points in the fourth quarter the other day. This is an insult to Karl Anthony Towns. Rob, can you pull up the stat that was just pulled up? Watch this here. Rob, I just asked you to Google something. Go all the way to the top. What did you Google, Rob? Can you tell the audience? You typed in Angel Reese, 22.7%, lowest field goal percentage in season. Yes, in a ESPN report, shows that Angel Reese has a field goal percentage of 22.7% in a WNBA game, which is a significantly lower than an average, usually the lowest percentage reported. This woman in a season, Rob, do me a favor, Rob, go to ChatGPT and type in the following. What is the single worst shooting percentage ever in WNBA? What is the single worst shooting percentage ever in WNBA? No, you type in ever in WNBA. What is the worst shooting percentage ever in WNBA? If you can put that ever in WNBA. Watch this, folks. Zoom in a little bit if you could. Watch this. Look what's going to come up. You ready? This is supposed to be Michael Jordan. The lowest. Okay.
Angel Reese, in contrast.
Where do you see it? Angel Reese's performance. Watch this. This is the kicker. Amongst players with more substantial playing time, Angel Reese's performance in 2024 stands out. She shot 43.8% on attempts within 5 feet of the basket. Do you know what 5 feet is, Vinny?
That's right here.
Hang on.
Senna.
If she's 6'4",
have you
then fingertip to fingertip is 6'6".
So these guys are such clowns. You have a shot at getting more eyeballs to your league, and all of a sudden, you fear because it's Caitlin Clark, a white girl. You know who Caitlin Clark's going to end up being in the weirdest way possible if she makes it? She's going to be the Jackie Robinson of WNBA. Who was the Jackie Robinson of MLB? He brought blacks to the game.
Of course.
Okay. Jackie Robinson of the WNBA will be Caitlin Clark. If she stays healthy, there's a group of them that would hope for her to be out. But
why do you say she's going to be the Jackie Robinson of the WNBA?
Well,
It's not like she's the first white girl.
She's not the first white girl, but she's the first white superstar at the levels where she's scoring these, the threes she's shooting. She's like a Steph Curry. She's the first actual superstar that people care. When's the last time we watched like college basketball? If I told you, tell me the greatest college basketball female basketball players last 30 years, and you watch
Diana Taurasi.
I know her. She's our meet, but you look at some of these names, you see some of these people on how they do.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark came out the gates and
you
put up some numbers we've never seen before.
Can I give some pushback to that?
Of course.
Because if you Google who is the greatest WNBA player of all time, I guarantee you Diana Taurasi is going to be at the top of the list. Find that out for me. What's my point? She made her mark in college, I think, for UConn.
Caitlin's been playing for a year and a half, Adam. Of course she's not the
I
greatest
know.
of all time.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is this. Nobody gave a crap about Diana Taurasi because she came out pre-feminism, pre this push for making everything about feminism and femininity and pushing women down our throats. Without them pushing Caitlin Clark and them advertising and marketing and putting her on TV, nobody cares about the WNBA. Diana Taurasi did the exact same thing Caitlin Clark is doing. Shoots threes, makes assists, and, does her thing. But nobody cared. But now that they're pushing this down our throat, you gotta like the WNBA. You have to watch this. You have to watch this. Now people start caring. Diana Taurasi already did this. She was the Jackie Robinson, so to speak. But now they're doing this with Caitlin Clark, and we're supposed to be like, oh my God, I can't wait for more WNBA. No one cares. But they're pushing feminism down our throat.
And it's the same, by the way, and it's just anything with the words NBA in it. Same thing with LeBron James. He's the face. He's anti-cop. He's anti-American. He's pro-China. And how's the NBA doing? How's the NBA doing regular season? Is anybody watching the NBA? Be honest. This guy used to watch it all the time. I don't even remember the last time you even watched the game. When's the last time you actually saw an actual full NBA game?
For me.
That Knicks-Indiana series is going good.
In this case, when you look at Taurasi when she came in versus Caitlin Clark, a part of what Adam is saying is trying to say that the women empowerment is bigger than it's ever been before, and that's why this is going on. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe, maybe not. But the reality of it is, I've never seen anybody more exciting as a female basketball player than her. It's got nothing to do with skin because Diana Taurasi is also not black. She's, I don't know what nationality
Italian?
she is. I don't know.
Taurasi?
I don't know. I don't know if she is.
I mean, we're in Italy, so.
She's a white girl. She's a white girl.
Diana Taurasi.
Well, I don't know. Some people thought she was Indian, and all of a sudden she turned black. I don't know what happened with her.
I thought maybe she was Armenian, but apparently she is. Let me see. Is she Arabic or is she something? I thought she was Armenian. Who cares? Look, I mean, at this point, again, we're moving on. But the reality of it is, Angel Reese, according to Jameel Hill, is going to be the Michael Jordan of the WNBA. And they lost Caitlin Clark. Let's watch some data to see what the WNBA viewership does the next couple weeks. All right, let's go to the next story. Next story I want to go to is Jordan Peterson, Rob, if you got this clip. I just want to get your reaction to it. Jordan Peterson, over the last 10 years, has gotten billions of views online. He's one of the most watched influencers. He'll put events together. Thousands of people will show up and pay to watch this man speak. He's had a lot of influence over young men. Wrote 12 Rules for Life that sold millions on top of millions of copies. Has been very successful. Made a lot of money. But they do this Jubilee thing that he sits down with this other young man. And, look, kudos to anybody that goes here because you're being targeted by 20 people that have all been researching to put you in your place and have an opportunity for a video like this that we don't know who you are, and all the eyeballs come and you get a bunch of attention, right? Here's him and Jordan Peterson speaking. Go ahead, Robin, play the clip.
is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, I'm sure you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression that I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
What do you think?
I mean, if I'm being real, I'm really disappointed. We got a guy who's helped millions to see value and order, discipline, family, tradition, and then you pull back on the one foundation that you come from. Okay? He's lectured on biblical stories like he's Moses, and then the guy just asks you, "Are you a Christian?" I don't care, Catholic, Protestant. Are you a Christian? Because you've been claiming and you're preaching it that you are. Why have that moment? What are you scared of? Why? So now you've confused the shit. Tommy, am I? You know what I mean? You can't talk about the power of the Bible and logos and Christianity and Jesus Christ and claim all this, and then when the moment happens, and I think that kid, whoever this kid is, won this freaking debate to where you have to say, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." You lose it right there. Why don't you say that you're a Christian? What are you scared of?
Well, what's funny is because originally when they uploaded this video on Jubilee, the title was "One Christian versus 20 Atheists." Then they changed the title to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to say that one more time? So originally it was one Christian, which is who? Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. And then they changed it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists because he said, how do you know if I'm a Christian?
Wow.
I mean, that change took place. But Adam, how did you see this between Jordan Peterson and this young kid?
Yeah, only in the modern day of the internet and sound bites can a kid who's likely done nothing with his life, probably in college so far, come in and own one of the greatest philosophers, speakers, doctors of our time, Jordan Peterson. Now, Jordan Peterson probably should have had a better answer. I don't know his religion. It's not for me to comment on. He is who he is. But this kid has gone famous now for owning Jordan Peterson. I would have loved to see the rest of the discussion. I would love to see if there was any productivity of having a conversation like this. But for Jordan Peterson's his entire career to be, stompled on by this kid who just wants to basically dunk on Jordan Peterson and say you stand for nothing or whatever he said, is just sort of testament to where we're living today, where a kid can go famous and viral for basically dunking on a great thinker, when a great thinker doesn't necessarily want to argue with a meaningless child.
But you're assuming it, Adam, because Jesus Christ didn't mince words. In Matthew, Tom, chapter 10, verse 33, he said, "But whoever denies me before men would also deny him before my Father who is in heaven." It's not a riddle. It's a line in the sand. You can't play neutral when it comes to Christ. And I don't care what moment he's having or how philosophical. And yes, he's a great mind. But Jesus Christ didn't suffer and die so he could treat faith like a philosophy class. Because that's not how it is, Adam. Either you're all in or you're one of these sideline poop talkers. And I'm just not a fan of it.
Tom, your thoughts?
I don't understand the premise. Is if he's not a Christian, then he doesn't have to.
He is a Christian. But when you're on the spot and you're saying it, why not say it? He said.
Tom, your thoughts?
He should answer.
So I think Jordan Peterson missed a wonderful opportunity because, what's interesting is if you're going to do a debate with people on anything, right? Anything. Baseball people 10 years ago debating about designated hitters, should it be in both leagues? If you go into a debate on anything at all and you hit the other person on the head, you're going to get nowhere. And when sharing about faith and when talking about faith, he missed an opportunity because this young man told him what he was thinking. He said, "Aren't you concerned with? Are you familiar with some of the doctrines of Catholicism?" And all you have to say is, yes, I'm a Christian, and I understand the teachings of Jesus Christ, and I know why I believe them. Can you share with me what your foundation is and why you believe that? That's a non-offensive question, asking the other person to level set. And then you can walk into apologetics and talk about the very beautiful message that is present. And there are many examples that are given in the Bible of how to debate this. Paul, the Apostle Paul, went to Rome, and when he was in Rome, he walked around and he found an altar. And it was, the Romans at that age were very superstitious. They had Roman gods for everything. And they had gods for why there was thunder and why there was rain and all kinds of other things. And he comes up to them, and because they're superstitious, maybe they missed one, they had the thing that said, to the tomb, no, an altar to the unknown God. So they're saying, and just in case we missed one, we don't want you to be upset, here's your altar, and here's where we are. And he said, might I tell you about one you don't know? And the people were curious, and they engaged in debate, and they said many understood and believed. So when you have an opportunity like this, I think Jordan Peterson missed the boat. What is the problem in saying, yes, I'm a Christian, and here's why I believe what I believe? I'm interested in you. Why do you believe what you believe? Let's talk through a couple of these things. Instead, you set it all up, and the curiosity I had was it set up as a kind of an internet debate roundtable to get sparks and to bring on views. I don't know what the premise of it was. I'm not the producer, and I haven't really studied it. But this could have been done so much better for the benefit of the young man that was sitting there, so that he could have understood.
Yeah, I have a different opinion. I mean, what did he do most of his career? He did what? He was a professor. He was a teacher. And what kind of people did he deal with? Exactly like that kid. Think about what he taught. He dealt with kids like that. And he's probably sitting there profiling this kid and it's like, dude, what are you talking about? You know how many tens of thousands of conversations I've had with someone like you? However, if you got a position, take the position. Rob, is this another one clip that happened from the same episode?
Yeah, from the same juke.
Okay, let's watch this one here.
What do you mean
go
by
back a little bit?
believe?
We didn't do the first part.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word truth and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
that's why I explained. Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying
I
to
know
protect
the
them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis? if
I
they're
would have
Nazi?
done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation
you
to
lie?
begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
Why?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today? Did you
Don't
eat
play
today?
games.
I'm not playing games. I'm just
Yes,
asking if
you
you ate
are.
it.
I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
But like again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's
manner
not
you
what
don't
truth is.
find acceptable.
Obviously,
Because
because I care about
you're-
truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device.
I don't get the argument. So wait a minute. The kid is making a point, Pat, by saying, let's say you were a German person in Germany during Nazi Germany, and you're harboring a Jewish family to save them. That's a very hypothetical. But Jordan Peterson's argument is, I would never put myself in that situation. No, he's missing the point completely. He's saying, what if you were that German family. If you're, it doesn't make. He's not making any sense in that argument.
Tom, did you
at all.
understand the argument he was making?
Yeah, what the kid was trying to do was basically called the sin entrapment. And he's trying to get him to admit that he would lie. And he said, oh, so lying is a sin, so you have to lie to do this or that. Whereas you're talking about being faced with great evil. And if you read in the Old Testament, there is an example of a woman who lied to Pharaoh's hitmen and sent them off in the wrong direction so that other people could proceed on God's mission over here. And so, would I have lied about people being in the attic? Yeah, you have Schindler and you have Anne Frank and you have all the stories of everything, what happened over there. And the kid was, I feel like, trying to put this in a corner, but then Jordan Peterson was almost kind of losing his composure and losing his patience. And I kind of agree with what you said a few minutes ago, Pat. It's like you are example number 6, and I have seen so many of you kids who are example number 6, and I'm not even going to listen to it. No, you know what? You know what? There's a great verse in the Bible, and it says how Jesus put his hand on a man, and it said Jesus sighed because he was tired. But you know what he did that day? He still did what he was intended to do, and he healed the guy. But it said he sighed. You could just see him going, be healed. It means he was tired. There's a lot going on in life, and what I think's going on there, it appeared that Jordan Peterson was out of patience. You kind of lost his composure a little bit, and at a time where you really need to call on the peace of God so that you can present these things to people who are doubters and see if you can win, not win a point. It's not about winning or losing, but maybe bring them to a level of understanding or bring something forward to them, because they came in armed to kind of point you in one or two directions, and guess what? That's fine.
Adam, your thoughts?
So, Jordan Peterson, this moral question of whether you should lie to save a life, whether you're in Nazi Germany or whether you're in modern day America, preserving life and saving a life overrides all other perceived sins by far. So to me, it's not even a question. Yes, you lie, cheat, and steal to save your kid's life, to save your wife's life, to save your own life. It's a non-starter for me. Yes, you lie in that case. Just like Oskar Schindler lied thousands of times to save thousands of lives. It's a non-question to me.
But what, Adam?
As far as what Jordan Peterson is doing, I don't know if this is a good look for him or a bad look. I think it's an obvious bad look for someone who's basically made a name for himself over decades to basically be dismantled by a group of young, pompous, freaking atheists. Cool. But then on the bright side, there's going to be an entire new audience of teenagers and 20-somethings who go, who is this guy? Jordan Peterson. And they're going to find out about his books. And they're going to find out about his speeches. They're going to find out about what he believes. So he almost needs to, in my humble opinion, reinvent himself for the modern Gen Z culture. Because everyone who's in their 30s and above has heard of Jordan Peterson, in my perception. So Jordan is a very smart but also emotional man. I've seen him cry on camera too many times to mention. EBD, I know you've had an experience with this. So I don't know what he's dealing with right now, but he's one of the greats. He's one of the GOATs, especially in the modern internet podcast culture. And I wish him the best.
But the question was, Adam, twice. And yes, these are atheists. And number one, you know what you're getting into. You don't go to a wedgie contest and then you get a wedgie and you're like, what the hell's going on? He's going to a debate with atheists. And if you're going to claim you're a Christian, he'll say things like, I act as if God exists. I'm afraid he might exist. That's not a confession of faith. That's a hedge bet. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be preacher guy. You know what I mean? I'm not talking the talk, I'm walking the walk. And I'm trying to live that life, and I'm trying to be a better person. If you're going to be that guy, say it. Admit it, okay? I'm a Christian, and that's it, Tom. There's no ifs, ands, or what's about it. I'm not as knowledge as you. I'm not as smart and, philosophical as Jordan Peterson, but Adam, this isn't a sideline thing, bro. When it comes to Christ, you're either all in, if you believe in him, and you are a Christian, either you're all in or you're not. There's none of this, oh, well, these people, I'm going to hang out with them, I'm going to be over here. No, I don't, it's not it, Pat. What do you think?
Yeah, no, to me, he looks upset. He looks agitated. He looks annoyed. And by the way, happens to many of us when you're sitting in a place like that. You're not going to be a robot. Even when Trump was asking the question, saying, "Hey, so what are you going to be doing if Putin doesn't listen? You think I'm going to tell you? You think I'm going to tell you fake news?" Nobody hears a machine and a robot. However, in a situation like that, when you're sitting with someone in your mind trying to debate an atheist, I don't know how long it's going to take for this guy to realize it, because typically faith is a experience of life. Something's happening to you and going through a journey. I mean, you saw a story recently that talks about Joe Rogan's been going to church. What do you mean Joe Rogan's been going to church? Yeah, Joe Rogan's been going to church. I think that this happened after, West Huff, you were telling me yesterday with ex-atheist. Joe Rogan makes major life changes after revelations on podcast sparks resurgence of Christianity. How did that happen? Did that happen accidentally? Did that happen to a 22-year-old man? You think Joe's had a lot of deep conversations with a lot of powerful people around the world and met a lot of weird people? You think the best podcast Joe Rogan's ever done are the podcasts that you've seen on Spotify or Apple or YouTube? No, the best podcasts Joe Rogan's ever done were never recorded, were never televised, were never put on a outfit. You don't think he's had enough people that are on the atheist side try to convince him otherwise? Why is he not looking at it at this age? He's had the most money he's ever had. It's not like he is, going through something. He's famous, he's got money, his family, everything's good, and you're going through that. So this process of a person thinking they know it all when they're 23 years old, coming out of college, getting a tattoo that says whatever on it with a little, I don't know if you saw that little fatty that had a tattoo there. You see these types of things that happen, and then you're like, you know what? One day I'm going to grow out of it. I'll never forget, I'm at my Army unit. I'm there at the tattoo shop about to get a tattoo of a cobra on my chest.
Yes.
And I'm like, man, I want to get this cobra. Why do you want to get a cobra? Because my unit at 228 Fort Jackson was called the Cobras. And so it was going to cost you $200. I'm like, dude, I only got 80. I can't do it. You realize if I had an additional $120, I would have had a cobra tattooed on my chest.
That would have been sick.
That would have not been sick. I would have been sitting here explaining myself why.
I would have slithered at you.
Yeah, but you know what the moral of the story is? When you're young, you do some dumb shit and you think you know it all. And sometimes it takes life to really beat the living crap out of you to grow up and say, maybe I got to start looking at some of this stuff. Maybe you have to realize that, how did this kid happen? This is a full-on miracle. Go watch a couple deliveries and see what takes place and what God does. Go through life and experience some of the things. You realize, maybe I don't know it all, man. Maybe this, whole thing about, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Like the more you're growing up, I think Socrates said that on his deathbed, if I'm not mistaken. We're all learning. We're all getting better, just like these 20 people, as well as Jordan Peterson. He's also going through it as well. And who knows what he's going through. But this definitely, when you do something like this, I don't know if losing your cool. By the way, you know how simple this could be? We had a rule in our office. Say you're giving a speech today to 50 people that are coming to us to do business with us. Say Adam's giving a speech. You know what the rule was? What? Whoever's the speaker that's speaking to guests and clients today, no one go tell him bad news before he hits the stage. We had a basic rule. Like, let's just say something very bad happened. It's like, don't go. Why'd you give him bad news? And then he gets on stage and he's pissed off. Something bad could have happened literally 30 minutes before he went in there.
You're right.
Pissed him off, and mom called him, wife called him, somebody called him, and he got pissed off going in there like, you know what the fuck was up? And then he puts it on those people. No one knows. Anyways, you're professionals. You should be above it. Let's move to the next story. I think, Adam, you were going to ask something?
I just want to I know that we'll go real quick, but one of the greatest things PBD's ever done to me is say, Adam, get closer to God. And whatever religion you are, I love what you say about, getting married is hard. Not getting married is riskier, is harder. Not having kids is risky. Not having kids is riskier. Not following God is risky. Not believing in God is riskier. My question is this, because I've moved in this direction. I've seen Vinny move in this direction, and I know Tom has changed lives. For followers of Christ, my question is this. You remember when I went to the Jerusalem and I went to the Armenian church?
Yep.
And I sent you those videos, and then I got you the gifts from Jerusalem, from the Armenian church. It had me thinking. I said, man, all right, what's the difference between the Armenian church and the Vatican and the Roman Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox? And, you know, I went to high school in Miami and it was a Presbyterian high school. And then I have friends who are Mormon and Protestant, Evangelical, Lutheran, Methodist, Anglican. And these are just the names I'm thinking of. Jehovah's Witness. In Egypt, there's Coptic Christians, Anglican, Baptist. Isn't it all just you have to be a follower of Christ if you're a Christian? Why are there so many different sects to Christianity?
You're asking me the question?
I'm asking just the general question is, maybe Jordan Peterson isn't a quote-unquote Christian. He's just a believer in God. So that's my question to the group. What's the difference with all these religions? And does it have to be partitioned into all these different segments? Aren't you just supposed to be a follower of Christ? Isn't that the whole conversation?
I think now you're going to, you know, we believe the baptism is under one. We believe it's with the drop of the water. No, we believe it's this, and we believe it's these, you know, changes that they make on small things that they add. Some of them have more rituals than others, and there's a very much of a high retention rate to a organization that causes their members to have rituals versus those who don't, because if it's rituals, you're thinking about it more than another faith is thinking about it. So the other faith that's not thinking about it, the other sect that's not thinking about it as much, they're not as disciplined. And if you notice Muslims, you know, no matter what's going on, they're praying. Some of them are praying God knows how many times a day. That forces you to be more disciplined, to be thinking about your God, to be thinking about your faith. So that's a whole different topic. That's a 2-3 hour podcast that I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's something we need to get into, but I think.
And I get that, but maybe that's what Jordan Peterson was thinking: is don't define me by a specific.
I get that,
label.
but if you're sitting with that audience, you have to sit there and, like, let's just say if I sat down and there's 20 of the guys and we're talking business. Well, you know, capitalism, all they care about is this. Have you ever started a business? I have. How many employees do you have? Thumbs up. Who has ever quit on you, stolen from you? Nobody ever. You haven't ever built a business yet. You're small. So you're kind of going through that moment of conversation versus who, do you have a job? Yes. Who pays you? Boom. What company is it? Boom. Who was the founder? You think they lost? Let's go look them up right now. You think that person went through a divorce? You think that person went through some challenges? I think it's got to be that giving the perspective versus automatically jumping to conclusion, losing patience, to now not allow them to be sitting there saying, wow, you know, what I like the way he handled me, that it got me to think about it. You know, it's like that one video. What is that one video we show where this man keeps going to this man that's talking about Jesus loves you. Shut the fuck up. Have you guys ever seen this clip?
With the black guy?
Yeah. Homeless guy with the black guy. I think, did we show this on the podcast a couple weeks ago? Rob, did we show this on the podcast? Oh my God, you have to see this thing. Oh, I almost don't want to even show it because he's disrespecting him the entire time. Does he use some choice words, Vinny? I think he uses some choice.
He does a couple, but they might have bleeped it on. Help us look. So yeah,
and then all of a sudden, you see, he asks him, "Hey man, can I just pray for you? Can I just pray for you? You mind if I pray for you? Let me pray for you."
It's silent.
And then eventually, the white man is probably in his mid-50s, the mid-40s. I don't know how old he is.
He looks a little bit younger.
You showed me this clip. If you can't find it, maybe Humberto's texting us saying that he found it. Let me see if that's the one that he's texting. No. If you find it, we'll show it. You text it to me somewhere, but it was great. Anyways, the moral of the story is, at the end of it, the guy says, "Can I just pray for you?" And he says, "You know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you just dropped a prayer for me. It was a great exercise." Anyways, okay, if you find it, we'll show it. If not, I'm going to move on to the next story. Next story here is George Floyd. So very, very interesting. Another Target boycott called this Sunday to honor George Floyd in a prayerful protest. Reverend Dr. Jamal Bryant announced a national Target boycott on May 25th to honor the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's murder, leading to a 9-minute, 29-second prayer gathering at Conyers, Georgia Target, stating its national act of unity through faith. 20 other faith leaders will hold similar protests at Target stores across multiple states following Target's rollback DI program. Rob, is this a clip? Before you clip, let me give some stats here to everybody that's watching this. Target has faced declining sales with a 3.1% revenue drop in Q4 and a 2.8% decline in Q1 of 2025, driven by a 6% fall in comparable stores sales with a 4.8% decrease in store visits per Placer.ai. Brian's Target Fast.org claiming 200,000 supporters demanding Target reinstate $2 billion in black-owned product purchases and fully restore DEI, as he told CNN. We're not going to spend our dollars where we're not honored. Rob, go ahead and play this clip.
Yeah, it reflects America
R.
moving
Kelly?
backwards away from equality for all
it's
people.
not.
5 years ago, the CEO
I'm not trying to be funny.
of
Is that R.
Target
Kelly?
said that George Floyd could
Rob,
be
is
one
that-
of his employees, and with no pressure, made a pledge of $2
That doesn't
billion
look like R. Kelly to you?
to see mega
My
companies
mind.
now
R. Kelly.
walk away from diversity, equity, and inclusion
You remind
is a
me
stark contrast from where we were 5 years ago.
To give your name the glory. The
I thought
honor
he
and
looked
the
like Z.
thanksgiving. God, keep us on target. So that we
It was very important to me. The pastor declared he had a vision to what was supposed to take place. That vision didn't happen. We stand on business. We stand on God's promise. We stand on the word. We're not going back. We're going forward. We are like the #1 consumers and spender. I myself fall in that category.
You can pause that one there,
So-
Rob. Tom, your thoughts on this? I honestly, but listen, guy, I'm not trying to be offensive. I thought it was R. Kelly for a second. He got up. I thought he was doing time. Apparently, it's a pastor. God bless you. Go ahead, Tom. You were
He
saying something.
reminded you of R. Kelly.
Yeah, he reminded me of R. Kelly. Go ahead.
So I'll start with Target and I'll make that short and sweet. They managed this horribly, from DEI to George Floyd, and then they had all the conservative people mad because they had all these, remember the trans wear for small children, the bathing suits that were girls' bathing suits for boys, that featured a pouch for tucking, all that stuff that flipped out the conservative and the family audience because that stuff was there, and they said, we're boycotting you. And they went the other way in DEI, and then when they walked back DEI, all the people in favor of DEI came back and said, now we're upset with you and we're boycotting you. So bad management and bowing to public pressure and things like that puts you in a bad place. That's Target. Now I'm going to talk about the people gathering together there. I think it was beautiful that they gathered together peacefully. I think it was beautiful that they're using freedom of speech to make their point. I think it was beautiful that they had their pastor there. Now, you can't criticize one group's boycott and holding prayer service and then condemn another group's boycott and holding a prayer service, right? Even though they may be a little different. And I think what this comes out is we need a national act of unity on parenting. We need a national act of unity on communities living together without artificial things like DEI trying to force issues. And I know people are going to say, well, you're a white guy, you can say that. No, I can say that. I can say it would be better in America if we all came together in a spirit of unity, and starting with churches, and I think would be a great place to start that. And I think Target, really blew it. Bowing to one side or the other. And these people are getting together and they're standing for their side peacefully, freedom of speech. I didn't see anything crazy there. And so they're boycotting and other people are boycotting. Our national unity needs to be to go upstream and get to the root causes. What was going on with George Floyd? What was going on with fentanyl? What was going on with men without fathers? And these are the things that we need to come together and find unity, because in our diversity of thought, we will find unity of purpose in wanting to make things better and raise better citizens along the way.
Adam, your thoughts?
So the conversation that we need to have, especially for my friends in the black community, is the conversation around the hero-making machine, which you touched on timeless times, PDD. George Floyd was not a hero. He was not a legend. He was not a champion of any particular cause, especially any cause that affects the black community. What he was is a poster child for perceived victimhood or perceived police brutality. My hope and prayer for my friends in the black community is stop perpetuating the same 2 or 3 career paths as the heroes. The black community will succeed, in my opinion, when they do this. Stop putting athletes, ballers, and rappers as the people to look up to in life. When you start putting people like businessmen, thinkers, doctors, physicists, lawyers,
teachers,
anyone who's actually got a degree and done something with their life or started a business and has improved the community, that is the time that you'll see your community succeed. I want nothing in life more than, as American, to see people who have been wronged in the past to basically rise up and be the greatest they can possibly be. That includes having more black fathers in the home. I have a lot of black friends, a lot of black people that are amazing friends of mine. I want nothing more than to see them succeed, and it will start with the father in the home and the hero-making machine being elevated to a better extent.
By the way, this is a mayor. Rob, is this the funeral or is this the 5-year?
This is the funeral of George Floyd.
This is not the 5-year.
No, this is at the funeral where he breaks down and cries.
Where he breaks down and cries. I mean, it's a spectacle. It's what it is. It's not necessarily anything that,
And
that
he's
the
really
mayor
crying.
is crying
With
with
a
his mask
mask.
on. Yeah. So, Vinny, what are your thoughts on the story here with Target?
To be honest with you, I don't have a crazy opinion on it. It's just the whole situation, and I've said this how many times. You would never have heard, George, none of us in this room, or the entire world, no BLM, no nothing, none of it happens if George Floyd wasn't a piece of crap as a human being. For all the stuff that he did, robbing people's houses with a bunch of guys with a pregnant woman, holding a gun to her, doing all the stuff, high on drugs, trying to pass a fake 20 at that place. He never would have met Derek Chauvin if he wasn't a piece of you-know-what. That's, at the end of the day, be a good person. And again, Adam, you nailed it too. It starts at the home. It starts with freaking being raised the right way. Even though society, it promotes that single mother, you could do it all by yourself and all that nonsense and trying to destroy the nuclear family. It's all on purpose. It's trying to make everybody reliable on the freaking government. And when you want to talk about murders, Tom, what's the #1 murderer of black people? And you've talked about this before, and you brought her name up. Who started the whole thing?
Oh, you want to go? You're going to
Just
go
really quick, please.
Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood.
Yep.
How many
exactly.
children? How many black children does that thing freaking murder every single year?
It's never been greater than 16. The African American community has not crossed, or to my memory, 16% of the population, but it consistently rides at 40 to 42% of the annual abortions.
Let that sink into everybody. So when people want me to cry and bend the knee and burn the entire country down because of one scumbag who was high on drugs, I'm not buying it.
Well,
Pat.
listen, this
Sorry.
message is brought to you guys by Trojan Condoms. Look, without even taking any money from them, I want to say, go use their product. Because, even last minute when you get excited, you still got to find it. Sometimes we got to run down the store to 7-Eleven, but you can find something. There's 7-Elevens everywhere.
They're everywhere.
You got to go protect yourself because we got to lower that 42% to 16%, 13%. Okay, let's go to a real story. Guys, I mean, we all fight. We all have issues with our spouses and things happen. But I swear to God, if your wife smacked you upside the head the way Macron's husband and Macron's wife hit him, this is inappropriate. And if he's watching this, this is very inappropriate. You don't behave like this. When the world is watching, watch this here. Watch this here what happened. The best part about this is how many people have made spoofs of this with blonde hair, with wigs being thrown, all this other stuff. Rob, go and watch this clip. Watch this clip here. Go for it.
Oh, hey, everybody. Oh, is this slow motion? Is this slow motion?
Wait, you opened the door too early.
Oh, 2 hands. Hi, everybody. Hey, what you doing? Look, he's rubbing his face. And then look at this.
Does she walk? Yeah.
Yeah. Look at those shoulders, bro. Look at that guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Bro.
If I was Macron, I would have kicked him in the nuts.
What was that, though? What do you think happened there, Vinny? Do you think it's just a fight between a couple? You think that's all that was? Like, what happened there?
I mean,
what did they say, Rob? What has been said? The feedback on what happened.
Well, what they said was Macron brushed it off, and he said that he was joking around with his wife, and he said people were overreacting, calling it geoplanetary catastrophe. And by the way, his team claimed initially that the video was fake. Did you guys know that? Just like CNN with deep fakes with Joe Biden falling over the place. But then he admitted it was real but harmless. And Brigitte didn't take his arm after, that you guys saw, walking all stiff. But I mean, guys, let's remember. Are you going to believe anything that these people say? Be honest with yourself. Because if allegedly all the reports, especially with everything that we've heard, which has ruined them, they met when he was 15 and she was 40 years old. Okay, I think that she has been abusing him his entire freaking life since he was underage and a freaking child. And could you imagine being exposed as much as they've been exposed? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
What kind of conversations are having there? You know what she is saying? I'm assuming. How dare you let people like Candace Owens get this to a point where he, you know what I'm talking about, can't even walk around because you know, guys, put yourself in Shim's feet and shoes for high heels or sneakers when they're at the house. Everybody's looking at them in France, and the talk of the town is that is a man. That is the talk of the town. So could you imagine the conversations that Brigitte is saying, Emmanuel, you're the president. You couldn't have paid more, you couldn't have offered more or done more to shut up these voices for what's happening.
You have any opinions on this? I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I just know.
No,
know.
it's just.
All right, let's go to the next story.
It's just my last word. It's a bad
I-
look. It was a bad look, and it's poorly explained.
Who's ever done that, Pat? Have you
Adam,
ever seen that?
Adam, you seem like you have a lot of opinions on this.
Yeah.
Strong.
Strong shoulders.
Look, it encapsulates what France is at this point. It's a young French dude getting dominated by a alleged transgender ideological.
older French dude.
Exactly.
Groomer.
So any real man would not play this game. A real, like, we all been in relationships. You get in arguments. To put your hands
Both hands
on your husband's face, to slap him around, and he's like, hey, hello, good to see everybody. It encapsulates exactly not only what's going on in that relationship, but in that country. If you're telling me that someone's together with a 25-year age difference, I'll say, okay, how much older is he than her? No. He's the younger guy. What? It makes completely no sense to me.
Yeah.
But this is what the French people elected.
Would
and
you
this is
have
what they-
respected him more if he slapped back? Would you have liked it? Let's just say the same thing happens. He hits, what's her name? Brigitte hits him, and then you see him backhanding Brigitte. Would you have respected him more if he swung back?
1,000%.
Tom.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't want to have seen that, but I'm waiting for the memes.
What if it's kind of
You
like,
always do the last line before we get off the plane.
Yeah. What if, well, I'm being serious.
I'm
with
being
you
dead
guys.
serious.
So let's just change it for a second.
Go ahead.
Look, many years
should
ago,
never hit a
Dana
woman.
White had
That's
an
the-
incident.
Yeah.
Dana White had an incident at a bar on December 31st, whatever it was, New Year's Eve. I don't know if you remember that.
Of course,
He
in the
even,
nightclub.
he even reacted to it. But then it was bam, bam,
Quick.
right? It was bam, bam. It's like 1-1. Would you have respected Macron more if he swung back?
Yes. Because I believe that that's a dude. So guess what? If two fellas
we don't
want to
need to
get it
play
on,
that, Rob.
no,
I'm just saying, like,
I'm saying yes, especially if, which I believe in my heart of hearts, that that's a dude. I'll punch him back, dog. Like, yo, homie.
No, but that's not.
I
That's
let
not
you
it.
eat the last
What
cookie
I'm
before
saying
we
is,
get
let's
off the
just
plane.
say if it is a lady. Let's say if it is. It's a strong-shouldered lady, but let's just say if it is a lady. If it is a lady, would you have said, okay, he at least like protected himself, or no, he shouldn't put hands on her?
To block it, I would have definitely blocked it. But I mean, punching her, it's not even a fair fight because even
I
if
mean,
he's
look,
a dude, it's,
look,
No,
ma-
you block and constrain. You don't cold cock a woman. You block and constrain. Men
All
are,
right.
men are bigger, stronger.
But if
It's
you
a
knew,
dude.
Typically.
but if you knew that Brigitte is a man
I'm
in that
swing,
happened,
Pat. I'm doing like an elbow
Off the top rope type of
No,
stuff.
no, no.
Yeah.
I'm
shoulder drop.
I'm
right, we
doing
just got out of
dental work.
control.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
we
come on.
got lit out of control here. It was just an innocent
This
question,
dude.
guys. Trying to see what's going
The
to happen.
answer is no.
Here. Yeah.
If it's a guy,
All right.
I'm hitting.
Unless you're John Connery.
All right. Sounds good. Well, listen,
Once
Adam,
in
I'm
a
glad
while,
you said what you
gotta
said.
give a woman a little.
Let me go to this Ron DeSantis story. Where's this Ron DeSantis story? It says page 6, but I'm on 6 and I don't see it. Is it 7? Rob, can you tell me where the Ron DeSantis story is? So I do not see it on page 6. Oh, okay. Let me go. Page 5 it is. Okay. So Ron DeSantis seemingly met with You Suck Chance at Florida's WWE event. Newsweek. At WWE, I don't know if this, okay, Saturday night main event at Tampa's Youngling Center. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis faced apparent crowd hostility with a viral video promoting an ex-user to post. Governor Sanders just showed up, and the crowd started booing him and chanting, "You suck." There's no way that's him. Go ahead and play this rap.
No.
No, that's not Rob. There's no way. What was happening prior to that? There's no way he walked in and they booed him. You suck. Are you guys following Tom? do
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
anything
Or
about-
what was happening in the ring? I want a wide shot of the whole arena. What was going on there? I mean, was this when things like this happen? I've heard that at wrestling or boxing events, Pat, where an undercard or it's a split decision and the you suck. That's meant for the refs. You know what I'm talking about? I want to see the wide shot of the arena. What else was going on there? Is this really reacting to the walk-in by Ron DeSantis, or is there something else going on?
Rob, what's this? This is a different angle.
Yeah, this is a different angle, and you can see the ring. It doesn't look like there's any action happening
Press it.
inside the ring at the time. And when you watch, you can see the TV guys are going towards Ron DeSantis. They want to do that if there's a match going on inside the
Let me see it.
But Pat, it is
boy.
a wrestling. Guys, it is a
I hadn't
wrestling
seen
crowd.
this angle before. I'd only seen the
Well,
isolated.
listen, maybe it's the audience
Wow.
trying to like christen him into the whole. Yeah, we're wrestling and we're you suck. Like I don't know.
Rob, go to ChatGPT and ask the question: were fans booing Ron DeSantis when he walked into the WWE arena? Let's see, because I'm sure this has been asked so many times by different people. I'm sure they have the data on it. Let's see what they say. You see, screaming, "You suck." They walked into the room. No, you have to put "you suck" because can you just stop that search and just add the "you suck" to it? The keyword is "you suck." I don't want to keep saying that phrase, but I just like if you can yelling "you suck." Yeah, there you go. You suck. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see this here. See what our friends at ChatGPT will say about this event taking place. Yes. Oh shit. Give him grace here during WWE's Saturday Main Line. The Youngling Center in Florida Gamorano met with boos and chants of "you suck" from the crowd as they appeared ringside with his children. The reception was notably hostile, with attendees making their disapproval clear. This incident adds to a pattern of right-wing figures receiving negative reactions at WWE events. For instance, Hulk Hogan was similarly booed on Monday Night Raw in January, despite WWE. Got it. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah,
I think this.
the biggest awkward thing, Adam, here for me, and I'll come to you, is the following. Is, you know how in life there's levels? There's levels to any game you play. There's levels to being good with girls. There's levels to being good with playing poker. There's levels to being good at backgammon. There's levels to having knowledge on cigars. There's levels to being a bodybuilder. There's levels to wealth. There's levels to fame. Okay? It's such a bad look to walk into an arena thinking he's going to get the reaction that Trump did. It's just a bad look because you are not Trump. Okay? You're just not. And the more you try to do that, you're like, if you ever read the book 40 Laws of Power, 33 Strategies of War, or if you read The Prince, like, I don't know if he's ever read these books. He needs to go read these books for the next 3 months. Take time off and just read like 20 of these books. I would recommend you to go through. You don't try to come and shine while the greatest promoter of all time as a president is in the White House right now. You think you're going to get the same reaction as him? It's a very, very bad look, in my opinion. I was trying to give grace, thinking there's no way in the world that happened. It was 2 other wrestlers in there until Rob, who apparently is an anti-DeSantis guy, I didn't even know that, jumps in. But Adam, your thoughts on this?
I think we got it all wrong here, guys. I mean, we all remember when they were all shouting, "F Joe Biden," and they interpreted it as, "Let's go, Brandon." So, in my humble opinion, at this wrestling match, which I think Logan Paul was wrestling, I want to say, they were saying, "You're up," not "you suck." They wanted the great governor, Ron DeSantis of Florida, to wrestle Logan Paul. They said, "You're up, you're up, you're up." They wanted him to be a fighter, not a bootlegger. And they wanted him to get in the king and not be the
Where's
heel.
my
Okay,
bomb?
Tom, your thoughts on this, because Adam's being silly right now. I was actually asking you
No, I
a
actually
sincere
think that they
You know what? I'm going to
question.
follow up on this.
Tell me.
I'm going to ignore the last 42 seconds that were happened in world history, and I'm going to go to your point. And your point is clear. How many times have we seen, Pat, businesses come to Bet David Consulting, or they come to the Vault, and they say, hey, my competitor did this. Should I do this? And we always ask them, why do you want to do that? Is that their positioning? Is that your positioning? Are you showing your difference? Or are you showing their difference? Are you trying to have your next innovative campaign and do something different? Copycatting rarely works. Whether it's commercials, whether it's political stunts, it rarely works. You've seen situations where they tried to copy. I remember when Al Gore in 2000, this goes back 24 years ago, 25 years ago. I remember when Al and Tipper, who told this big lie that the movie and the book Love Story Eric Siegel wrote was based on him and Tipper. That's pretty.
Where do I begin?
Yeah, exactly.
To tell a story of how greater love can be.
Avoiding the draft because my dad took care of me. So it's like
that was actually really good.
Good job, Tom.
Right. So it's all maybe it was about Al Gore. Hell, maybe I'm the one that's wrong here. So basically, they were doing this kiss at the end of their rallies, and the kiss became bigger, and then he started like dipping her, like the way the first kiss. You have a first dance with your bride, and at the dance at your reception, you give her a little dip and a kiss, and everybody applauds, and she dances with her dad and all that kind of stuff. So you don't run the other guy's playbook if you want to be different. You don't run the other guy's copycat playbook anytime in marketing, and I think that's what DeSantis just did, and that kind of stuff doesn't work. Whether they're yelling or not, it's the wrong playbook.
That would have been. But I will tell you, Tom, I was in a complete different setting, and he did come out, and he did get that kind of reception. They never walked out with him, but he was somewhere, comedy or something that was going on, that he walked out, and he did get that kind of reception. You know when it was? At the peak of COVID. Because at the peak of COVID, people loved the work that he was doing. Something happened after the way he handled himself in the 2024 election, trying to be a president, that completely took away all the great work he did during COVID. Being the best, the greatest governor in all of America, being the standard of how to handle COVID. In my opinion, he crushed it, and hopefully he will hire a different marketing team if he hasn't already. Who knows? Maybe they've been fired 17 times and there's new people coming in left and right that we don't even know about. All right, let's continue to the next story here. Rob, the next story I want to go to is, it's got to do a little bit with Chris Cuomo, what he said recently, but maybe I'm going to take a different angle with this. So I'm watching this show, and obviously we heard about the tragic event that took place last week with Muslim killing a Christian and a Jew, I believe, at the Israeli embassy. Originally, they thought it were both going to be Jewish, but they were not. One of them was a Christian, one of them was Jewish. And then Chris Cuomo came out and had some thoughts to share about this. Rob, go on and play this clip. Go for it.
Democrats, my brothers and sisters, I understand why you're worried about Trump. I understand why you call him an ultimate evil, but I don't agree. And if you want the ultimate evil, look at the Islamists, the extreme ones in America, not just Muslims. And mind your dogs who are doing their bidding. What am I talking about? Look online to the reaction. Americans calling a terrorist a hero again, saying he, like the healthcare CEO murderer, was justified in violence. It's the same thing I've heard in Iraq and Afghanistan, but now echoing from Indiana. This is not a one-off. It's just one more of what we choose to ignore. You remember that Islamist who drove a pickup truck with an ISIS flag attached through Bourbon Street, killing 14 people, injuring dozens and dozens more? You know, he's a citizen from Texas, right? And we used to see that as an irony, right? Wow, from Texas. That's like the last place you'd expect a Muslim extremist from, right? Wrong. Texas is ground zero for what I'm talking about. Did you know there's a push to create an Islamic residential development there? 1,000 homes, K through 12, faith-based school, a mosque, shops, insular community. What's wrong with that? Everything. Here, we assimilate. Here, the struggle is to remove the distinctions, the melting of the melting pot. That's what we're trying to reduce. The religious leader pushing for the project has openly admired the Muslim Brotherhood. Who are they? I'll tell you. Openly defended Hamas's killing of innocent civilians on October 7th. The developers initially advertised that the community would limit sales to only persons we believe will contribute to the overall makeup of our community. Meaning who? Reports say 75% of the housing fees will go to finance a local.
Right there. So you see Chris going very hard on this right here. And it's interesting the position he's taken with what happened there, okay? And then you and I are sitting there watching this one host. His name is Malik Maktabi. I think originally his family's from Isfahan, Iran. He's in Lebanon doing a show that, I don't know what the show is called. It could be his name. But it's a show where he does some controversial interviews.
LBC, Pat?
LBCI. LBC International. What is LBC? Lebanese Broadcasting Corporation International.
Yes.
And he's interviewing this young girl, okay? If you watch this interview, he's interviewing this young girl. And Vinny, I don't know if you've seen this or not. He's interviewing this young girl. Rob, I don't know if you have the clip or not. It's a young girl he's interviewing who is maybe 13 years old. She could be 13 years old. And the question comes about her fiance, that she's married. And he's straight up going and asking these tough questions. Is this the one, Rob? Zoom in a little one. Okay. Can I see if this is the one? Can you refresh this real quick to see if this is the one? Let me see this one. Okay, yeah, this is the one. Play this clip. Okay, watch this, folks. Little weird, but watch this. Audio. Go for it. No.
مين طلعك من المدرسة؟
Who dropped you out of school?
خطيب.
My fiance.
أصغر.
Ahmed.
مين بتكون معك؟ خطيبتي.
My fiance.
قديش عمرك أحمد؟ أنا
25 years old.
شو اللي بيلفت رجل راشد بجسد طفلة لم يكتمل نموه معه؟ ربيعي ما بدي تلتزمني.
I don't want to let her loose. How old are you? I'm 10 years old. She's 25 years old. He's 25. He's 25 years old. She's 10 years old. And by the way, just so you guys know, the interviewer, Rob, just so everybody knows it, this is what makes it very interesting. The interviewer, if you go look up who he is, Rob, Malik Maktabi. Can you ask what religion is Malik Maktabi? Okay. No, Rob, you just fully butchered the last name. It's M-A-K-T-A-B-I. M-A-K-T-A-B-I. What religion is he? Just go to his Wikipedia. Go to his Wikipedia if you could. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, so zoom out a little bit. So zoom in a little bit so I can read it, Rob. Yeah. So Beirut is a television presenter known for his show Amir Bil Khat Al-Rid, red and boldface. And if you go through reading about him, he is himself, I believe, a Muslim interviewing these things. So you're hearing what, Chris is saying. Hey, this cannot happen in America. This cannot happen over here. That cannot happen over here. Vinny, what is your thoughts when you're hearing Chris? We're watching this clip, a 10-year-old fiance, 25 years old, in Lebanon. These are very strange stories when you hear about it. What's your position with this?
First of all, I am beyond uncomfortable about that. I sent Rob another one, Pat, an update, like a newer one version of a girl and her age. I think that's Adam. Adam, you're rustling your papers. I just sent one, Adam, about a 13-year-old girl. Her name is Weam, 13-year-old, and with a 29-year-old. And they asked, she said, the girl, she can't say no. It's against her culture. Rob, you have the one that I just sent you? That's it, Rob. Pat, look at this poor girl.
I saw this.
Look at her. Oh, that drives me crazy.
Same show.
Same show. What annoys you the most? I didn't finish my studies. She's 13 years old.
Pull him out of school for a reason.
Yeah. Look at her. Look at her. Life ruined. Right?
شو أصلا شو عم تقطع فيديو الكبار؟ بالضبط بهذا العمر.
You
can pause. Yeah, pause. Okay, and here's my thing, and that actually makes it hard for me to talk, but, and I want people to understand this. This isn't, all Muslims are bad people, and I know a lot of people out there I'm gonna get the messages, and I can give a shit. Okay, but Islam as an ideology is rooted in original texts and traditions that include extreme conditions, especially to women and children. Okay, we're not talking about people, we're talking about the foundation. All right, anytime I criticize another country's leader or government, automatically I get a blanket over the entire people. Okay, but let's go to the truth. Okay, and I don't care who you are out there. If that doesn't bother you, there's something wrong with you. Okay, however you're programmed is wrong, okay? And I'm gonna go back to Muhammad. He married Aisha when she was 6, okay? Consummated the marriage when she was 9, okay? Muhammad was in his 50s, I do believe, Rob. You can fact check me if I'm wrong. That's not fringe. That's mainstream Islamic teaching, okay? And it's still being justified just today, as you're seeing right there in that freaking video, with the girl whose life is destroyed for the rest of her life, all right? Now fast forward to this, and we're seeing this, where they're ruined. She can't say no because it's against her culture. Okay? And then, what you're talking about these cities and all this stuff, Pat, slowly but surely, that culture is shaped in Sharia law, which is based in the Quran and the Hadiths, Hadiths, same text, okay? And let's walk through the Sharia law, because guys, at the end of the day, say what you want, look what's happening in Europe, okay? Look what's happening, Sharia law. Child marriage, in many Islamic countries, ready? Child marriage is legal, you guys are seeing it. Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan, parts of Nigeria. Why? Because the Prophet did. That's the defense, okay? Under Sharia law, a woman's testimony in court is worth half of a man's. All right, marital rape is not recognized as a crime. Apostasy, leaving Islam, is punishable by death. Blasphemy against the Prophet Muhammad, you'll get killed. Remember who was the guy, Tom, that drew the thing about Muhammad, Charlie Hebdo? And what happened to that guy?
Magazine.
And yeah, homosexuality punishable by death. And it's like, these aren't isolated events anymore. It's systemic, it's rooted in doctrine, and it's protected by law and repeated generation after generation. So to answer your question, Pat, that right there drives me insane. You know, remember we talked about, and you challenge us a lot, and you always question and you ask, what sword are you willing to die on? What hill are you willing to die on? That right there drives me insane. It disgusts me, and I'll be damned, me, to hell, if any religion or anybody's going to try to come to this country and do that shit and try to change this country and shift it to what that is, because that can't happen.
How do you fight it? Because when you watch this clip from 10 years ago, Rob, if you want to play this clip for the audience to see, this is a 10 years ago from UAE Foreign Minister H.H. Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, who warned Europe of what would have happened if they continued down their path of suicidal altruism by inviting dangerous fanatics into their nation. They should have listened. This is 10 years ago, folks. Watch this. Go for it.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
You watch this, right? I mean, you see Tommy Robinson yesterday. He comes out of jail. First of all, Tommy Robinson doesn't look like Tommy Robinson. It looks like he hasn't shaved for a while. Here's Tommy. He's out. Right after being out of prison, you see the prison is right behind him. And he was being asked a question, look what he says. And this is in UK. It was once the financial capital of the world. Go ahead, Rob.
In a country that doesn't believe in free speech, being a citizen journalist, this space is an occupational hazard. It's ridiculous. 16 years ago, when I first started speaking out against Islamic rape gangs that were plaguing this country, from that point on, I faced relentless attacks from the British state, wielding lawfare as a weapon in order to silence me. I have never been convicted by a jury. Every one of my convictions have been handed down to me by judges. The lucky thing with this, everyone got to see the film. I have to say a thank you to Elon Musk, because without X, if we didn't have X, everyone would just think I lied. No one would have got any other narrative. Fortunately, I think what was it, 167 million people saw the truth. So that gagging order, these attempts at censorship, to silence, to cancel people, it hasn't worked. You've attempted to lock up the truth, and that truth has been echoed around the entire globe. It couldn't have been any more successful. I knew exactly what I was doing when I released.
And he's going across outside that chain. Still, by the way, just got out, Pat, for talking the shit that it went in for, and he's still
doubling down.
talking it.
Adam, your thoughts?
Well, I only have one person to blame for what's going on in the world right now, and that is white Christian tolerance. I'll say that again. White Christian tolerance is going to be the death of not only the world, but the potential Christianity. What do I mean by that? Because if you think that this is just an Israel and radical extremist problem, you're thinking way too small. Because they're saying it out loud. They're coming after every single major Christian city around the world, starting with London, Paris, Sydney, Toronto, New York, LA, the list goes on. And because of Christian tolerance, they allow it to happen. And then you start locking up people who start talking about it. Hey, maybe we don't want Islamic rape gangs in our country. What? You're going to jail. So Israel just happens to be on the front lines of this. But you know who knows this better than anybody? Who are the people that have already banned the Muslim Brotherhood and the radical extremists and jihadists from their country? Well, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, Jordan, the list goes on. Because they know that that radical ideology is bad for society. So the last but not least point is this. What is going on in America today is downstream from what is happening in Europe already. Be very fearful of white, young college kids in kafirs. They used to say, you know, the classic phrase, if you're young and you're not a liberal, you have no heart. And if you're older and if you're not a conservative, then you don't have any brain. These days, the new phrase is this: if you're young in America, you have no brain if you go to college, because you end up becoming a woke, progressive, socialist, anti-American, gay for Gaza jihadist. That is the new liberal in America. And it's up to us to fight it.
Tom, final thoughts on you.
You know what? I agree with Adam, and I wouldn't racialize it. And I'm not saying racism, but he made a racial specific about, you know, white Christian. It is basically the lukewarm. If you want to live life as a lukewarm church, you're going to have lukewarm results. In the book of Revelation, there is a list of churches, read the first 4 chapters, that tells you about the churches that get it wrong and the consequences of getting it wrong. And right now, you will find places in Africa and in places in Asia where missionaries and the Word of God is spreading and spreading very rapidly. And then you'll find in comfortable Western civilizations, so I won't say white because it's more than just white, but I'm amplifying Adam's point and adding my own clarity to it, not denying his point at all, because I think the core of his point is right. The lukewarm church is going to you can get more, expect more of what you accept, and I think that's where it's going now. And the lukewarm church not standing up and saying this is the kind of community we want, this is what we want, is going to live with the consequences. And I agree. Look at Chris Cuomo, who a lot of people would say he's no friend of Christian America. Wait a minute, he's Catholic, and he's speaking up from liberal New York with his family and his history. And the one thing I agree that Chris said is it okay to have an insular Muslim community that will discriminate on housing and will do the following things? Is that okay? He goes, no, that's not okay. Chris is right. And it's up to where are we? Where are we standing up, and what are we accepting? And guess what? You can expect more of the consequence of what you accept.
Yeah.
PVD, can I ask you a question, PVD?
Of course.
And thank you, Tom, for mentioning Chris Cuomo where we started this thing. I actually didn't even know we were going to talk about this segment. I'm in New York right now. I texted Chris Cuomo this weekend, hey, great take, just randomly. And he goes, hey, thank you. One of your family mottos was tolerance, but you removed it. I know we've discussed this, but I feel it can be very relevant to ask this question now.
Yeah.
Why is tolerance no longer some of your family credo?
Listen, this is how I judge everything. It's very simple. I'll watch an individual and I'll say, what is that sound, Rob?
It is police. They must be driving by.
Oh, okay.
Polizia.
So I'll watch friends of mine, okay, that we're doing business with or during the company, and I'll see two guys that are having lunch, and say this guy was on the right track, he was doing the right thing, and I notice he's hanging out with this person a long time. A year he's around him all the time. Life gets worse, quits the business, starts drinking, partying hardcore, gets distracted, and I realize anytime that person is around anybody, their life gets worse. Okay? So then you'll look at certain companies, Tom, and you'll judge somebody that's with a company, and you'll say, when I'm around that company, I just make better decisions in life. When I'm working with that company, they produce better leaders. Jack Welch was known as what? Producing great executives that everybody wanted to hire. Xerox had a reputation of what? If you worked at Xerox for 5 to 10 years, guess what Xerox produces? Incredible salespeople. If you go through IBM sales system, they produce great salespeople. If you worked at Valley Total Fitness, they had an incredible sales system combining with Tom Hopkins and all this other stuff. They learned how to sell. If you worked in certain companies, you learn how to get better with people, right? Look, it's pure results. Every community, America was founded on Christianity. Okay, America, the foundation. I'm not telling you it's 100%. You know, the debate with Thomas Jefferson, I totally get it. We can go there as well. But it was their entire Constitution is very close. What things they use from the Bible, but the main principle was conservative values and principles. Christian conservative values and principles. What do they produce and who do they attract? How many companies did they build that positively impacts around the world? How many people can come here? Who lives here? Can we attract anybody and everybody that comes here? Muslims come here. Muslims feel safer here than in Muslim nations because opportunity is better. Okay, great. So then the argument becomes, all right, if you claim your religion is peaceful, show peace. If you claim that you guys produce better products, show what companies you produce. Show that if your community goes into a city, it becomes safer, produces jobs, works with other people, does better. Show it. Show it. Listen, a lot of people say a lot of bad things about Scientology. A lot of people say a lot of bad things about Scientologists. And it's very easy religion to have a, what do you call it, like a punching bag, taking shots at them. You know what I know about Scientologists? Any Scientologists I've worked with, they work their asses off. Okay? They just do. They ask very good questions. That whole system they go through. Now, I know this is maybe for some people it's going to be a weird analogy. They create jobs. They create businesses. People in that community benefit. What city in America known for Scientology? Is it Tampa? I think that's one of the cities that they have. Clearwater. Right. Guess what? There's jobs that are being created. If you do good, you do good. If you don't, you don't. You can go and judge everything with Christians, Jews, Catholic, Muslims, Scientology, 7-Day, Jehovah's Witness, LDS. Go judge them. Atheists, agnostic, go judge them. What happens to those communities? If it produces results, I want more of it. You notice a pattern that you go to UK and you destroy UK. And you're changing UK in all these cities, and you want us to sit in America and be patient and tolerant and not be speculative that what could happen in America? No, it's not. That's not going to happen here. We're going to do our part on, if you're coming here, this is America. This is the greatest country in the world, and it's the last place. If we don't figure this thing out in America, everywhere across the country, you're going to have to get on that place that, you know, Elon Musk wants to go to, that's living on another freaking planet, to say, dude, they screw this one up. Let's at least go to a different planet, see what they're going to be doing with that one. No, you got to stay strong with it. And again, I have a lot of messages that they sent to me on my neck. Can't believe you just said this. Show me communities that create jobs, businesses, and it's safe, low crime. Show me. Show me. And then we'll entertain it. If not, I'm sorry. You have to have a proof of your argument that you have. And you have to show that it happens in multiple places. Not picking one of the best exceptions to the rule and send this one demo that's 78 people living there and this is what's going on here. No, I'll go to the next one, tell you what's going on. So Iran, let's go to Iran, okay? So the nuclear deal with Iran. Rob, if you can tell me what page it is, I'll go straight to it. There it is. So Iran rejects all compromise at fifth round of talks would U.S. begin? This is a Breitbart story, Rob. I think you got a video on this one here. If you can play this clip. Here's President Trump. Watch this one here. Go for it.
Some very good talks with Iran yesterday and today, and let's see what happens. But I think we could have some good news on the Iran front. Likewise with Hamas on the on Gaza. We want to see if we can stop that. And Israel, we've been talking to them, and we want to see if we can stop that whole situation as quickly as possible. But having to do with nuclear, we've had some very, very good talks with Iran, and I don't know if I'll be telling you anything good or bad over the next 2 days, but I have a feeling I might be telling you something good. We've had some real progress, serious progress.
Tom, thoughts?
Well, I think it was a very busy interview on the tarmac because this is one of our earlier stories started here too.
That's right.
And I think look, the interesting thing is I was waiting for a reporter to speak up on this one for him to say is, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Waiting for that because our reporters just don't know how to cover foreign policy. I like what he was saying, and I think what he's got to figure out is this red line in the sand, is how do you stop Iran from continuing their enrichment program and to build centrifuges that are going to enrich.
Maybe let me ask a question, because it looks like you're trying to answer for 30 seconds. You haven't put your thoughts together. Here's a question for you, Tom. Do you believe you can negotiate with Iran and they are on it? Like, how do you hold Iran accountable and they say, we're not going to have a nuclear plant here? How do you know for a fact that they're not going to do it? How do you trust them that they're not going to do it?
Well, first of all, the trust level with Iran is somewhere between 5% and 0.
So why should the president even attempt to negotiate with Iran? What's the benefit of negotiating with Iran?
The benefit of negotiating with Iran is to let the rest of the world see what you see and let the skeptics see that you tried everything you could before you had to do something that was heavily economic or maybe turn to, have Israel do a surgical strike to go take care of the nuclear capabilities. You have to show that you tried and tried and tried and tried. So you have the moral authority to go to the rest of the world and say, I did it your way. I tried it. And so I think that's my thought on that.
Okay. So you think there's no way they're going to be honest with us? Because right now when you think about Israel, Rob, if you go online and you type in how many nuclear weapons do Iran and Israel have? It'll say 0, right? But majority of the world believes that both Israel and Iran have nuclear capabilities, okay? Whether they have it or not and it's documented or not, who knows?
Israel weapons,
Iran
capabilities.
90 of them, but Iran is, well, they don't have any, but, they do, they may not, all this other stuff, right? Now, Iran doesn't publicly acknowledge possessing nuclear weapons or not, but I'm convinced they have it. I'm convinced they have it, and it's somewhere there. Why would you negotiate with them? So it's only for public to show the world that we are willing to work with them, to see how far along we can go with them, with Iran. Adam, what is your position here with negotiating with Iran? This is the 5th round, and the president says, I'm going to have some good news. What could actually be good news that you would believe? That you would believe Iran's side?
I don't agree with you, PBD, that Iran already has a nuclear weapon. In my opinion, I could be wrong. The reason I'm so adamant about that is because I firmly believe if they had a weapon, they will use it and make everybody, including Israel and anyone in that surrounding area, go meet Allah. So it's no secret that nuclear physicists based in Iran go missing for some convenient reason because Israel believes in self-perseverance and eliminating the threat before it actually occurs. So every single one of these major components has a agenda. Israel wants a nuclear weapon to either A, use it, or B, hold the world hostage. The United States under Trump has a simple goal of getting a good deal. Don't forget there was a bad deal in place under Obama that Trump reversed, and now they're trying to come up with a framework of a good deal, whatever that means. And then Israel, who's basically looking at the Iran and the world jockeying for the position, and Israel is basically just saying, we don't want to be nuclear annihilated. And in my opinion, Israel could potentially strike first if they truly think that Iran actually has a nuclear weapon, because Iran would use it based on all estimations.
Yeah, I'm convinced they have it. I'm convinced they have it. I'm convinced North Korea hasn't used it. You said that, I think, last week. That you disagree, but at the same time, you believe if Iran had it, they would attack.
Yeah. Why do you think? Why are you so convinced that they have it already?
Yeah. So listen. I'm on the flight here, and on the flight here, we're in a place that's only 8 of us. 7 is people with me. One person says a very successful man. He starts bragging about his grandfather, and he and I just become close friends like this on a flight, and we talk for an hour and a half to the point where my son is like, "Dad, can you stop talking to him and talk to me?" And it was such an awesome conversation. And he starts telling me the traditions he had since he was 4 years old. His grandfather was a very successful man, died at the age of 102, net worth of $3.5, $4 billion, super successful. And there's a quote about his profile that I'm reading that says, this was a man that if you saw him on the outside, he was, tough as nails. But if you were able to get all the way deep down inside, he was a teddy bear, right? And he has a very softer side. Many didn't see, few saw. Okay. Then there is the opposite. There's those who act hard on the outside, but deep down inside, they're scared shitless. And they don't want to do anything. I think that's exactly what the current regime in Iran is. I think deep down inside, they're scared. I think deep down inside, they want to act tough in front of their people to win over their people that they have. But on deep inside, they are so afraid of what could happen to them. What could happen if they lose it all of a sudden? What could happen if people figure out how much they're abusing them, how much money they're stealing from them? What would really happen? And I'm talking Khamenei and all the way at the top, whatever names you want to talk about, I'm talking about all of them. They're worried about that. What if they find out Iran could be a power player around the world if we open up the market? I just don't believe what's going to happen. Look, there's a video clip many years ago of Mike Wallace sitting down with
faggots, man.
the Shah. And they're talking, and Mike Wallace says, do you know how the CIA from America views you? Because, what do most people say after Mossadegh? They say the Shah is whose puppet? They say the Shah is the West puppet. He's a puppet.
Aora, a world where...
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. And obviously, I should not be here. Should not be here.
There are so many tips and tricks in Avowed that the game never really explains, but also make your character stronger or make the game much easier to play, that I had to collect them all in this video. Let's dive into tip number 1, which is about lockpicks. So there are many locked containers in Avowed, and you'll come across them when you least expect it. Also, some containers with better loot actually require multiple lockpicks to be used. So the bottom line here is you need as many lockpicks as possible. Now the best place I've found to get those lockpicks right away is at the harbor at the start of the game, which has 3 basic merchants. Lina here sells 3 lockpicks at a time, and her inventory does eventually reset. So every time you come back to town, make sure to check her stock again to get 3 more lockpicks. You can also sometimes find these in containers or dropped by enemies. So it's very important that you have as many lockpicks on your character as possible, so you never need to skip a locked chest you encounter during your adventures. But our next tip has to do with exploration. Now, generally you'll want to explore everywhere and just talk to everyone in this game. There's tons of hidden treasures in Avowed and even hidden quests that you can get by speaking to NPCs, of which there are several in the main town, for example. And these are not marked at all. Even letters and notes which you come across can give you a clue to find something great, so always check those as well. The one thing that was a big help for me, especially with finding those chests early on, was to turn my game sound all the way up, because nearby chests always make a twinkling type of sound. Now, this is especially helpful for chests that are located behind doors or on rafters or rooftops above you, because you might not even be able to see them, but you can definitely hear them. This trick works for backpacks as well. Basically, any loot container that radiates that blue or purple or even gold light should make a sound when you're close enough, so keep your sound on or just use headphones when you play the game. Now, another tip for loot has to do with your mini-map, which is actually pretty useful in Avowed. Now, obviously, you'll see plants and other crafting materials on the map as you get close to them, and you should harvest all of these for crafting and for upgrading. For enemy markers, you'll also be able to see where an enemy is located and which direction that they are facing based on their icon, which can help you to not be seen quite as quickly. Now, icons with a down arrow or an up arrow also appear when you get close enough, and these tell you if an item exists either above you or below you. So again, super helpful with the vertical environments being as extensive as they are in this game. Also, as you might have guessed, X's represent corpses from your recently killed enemies, but this can also be a corpse from something that you did not kill, just part of the environment. So you might come across, random skeletons, which you've had no interaction with, but there's loot to be had, so you might as well track down these markers as well. Now, I want to talk more about exploration, because this is one of the best features of Avowed, and there are some surprising ways you can run into new areas or discover loot. First is parkour, which is basically running, jumping, and climbing. Right away, you should find areas which can be jumped to, and don't worry, the length of your jump and climbing is much farther than you would actually think. Like this first jump, for example, is pretty obvious. You can, just jump across and claim the loot. But this one here appeared to me like I might not even make it. It looked pretty far and also vertically higher, but even though my character only landed about halfway across, they were still able to pull themselves up. So try everything you can, especially if you see something that's unexplored on your map. But that's not all. There are many other environmental interactions you can use to get around to new places in Avowed. Some will be explained, like using Kai's pistol to burn away webs, which is really useful in the first area. But there's many others too, like hidden explosive barrels, which can be used to blow up walls, so you can access the treasure inside.
Bro, are you
or you can even
serious?
freeze water to create frozen patches of ice for you to walk across to gain access to new areas. So make sure to experiment and try everything that you can. Now, speaking of exploration, if you want to move fast, and I mean really fast, and explore that map even faster, you can buy fresh water from the harbor merchant, for just a few coins, and this gives you an impressive 25% movement speed buff for a few minutes, which can make clearing that fog of war on your map go by so much faster. But speaking of which, food and drink buffs in Avowed seem to be pretty overpowered, to be honest. Many of these give you powerful buffs that last for several minutes, but